Good morning, honorable members. Senator, the Honorable Winston Garvey.
Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning, members. Please let us pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, that we members of the Senate may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Please join with me in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, pray. Be seated. Honorable members, this sitting, the third session of Parliament, now commences.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item 4, confirmation of minutes.
Senator Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday the 31st of July 2020 and Wednesday the 5th of August 2020 be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday 31st July 2020 and Wednesday 5th August 2020 be taken as read. All those who have that opinion.
Mr. President, I think there is a correction. Senator Kim George was present at the first sitting but absent at the second. I think based on the minutes, she's absent on both occasions.
Okay. We have that. We will take that corrections. We're just taking that the minutes have been read. So thanks for the advice, but it has come a little bit early. But that's all right. It's not a problem. So honorable members, the question is that the minutes be taken as read. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Simon Steele.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday the 31st of July 2020 and Wednesday the 5th of August 2020 be confirmed.
Okay, so you can either repeat it or we would have taken advance notice that there is a correction in respect of the register of attendance with specific reference to Senator George. So the clerk will take note and the Hansard reporters will do the necessary corrections. So honorable members, the question is that the confirmation of the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday the 31st July 2020 and Wednesday the 5th August 2020. Yes, Senator Williams.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wish to draw the House's attention to another correction in the minutes.
Yes.
Mr. President, my title is listed here as Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I wish to propose an amendment to Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Accepted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Again, we'll take notes. So those two corrections, the confirmation is based on incorporating the two corrections submitted to the House by the Honorables Tessa Sincere and Katisha Williams. For those amendments, that the said minutes be confirmed with the amendments. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do in fact have it.
Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcements by Mr. President.
Okay, honorable members, just a perfunctory, routine, but very important matter. And that is to explain two things. One, that the first order paper sent out, and that was the order paper which will have, there were two order papers circulated. The first order paper would have contained in it motions and questions. That order paper was sent out. Those two items included in the order paper were contrary to the rules set out in the standing order. And I wish to draw your attention, and therefore, a corrective order paper was sent out just amending the parts which offended the rules. And that has to, if we take first of all the rule standing order number 17, and if you go to standing order number 17, it requires 6 clear days prior, not a day before, 6 clear days in respect of questions, right? And in respect of days, days here means working days. Very few. Parliament don't meet on weekends. And there are other sections in the, when you come to the issue of questions, lower down, you would notice that a senator who wishes to ask a question can write, if the House is sitting, give notice of that question to the clerk, and if it is not sitting, it has to be 6 clear days from the giving of the notice, and that those did not comply with the standing order, so I had to give directions to correct it. So all questions will be on the order paper for the next sitting. There's a problem with when one allows violations of the rules to take place, and there's a very good reason, and let me explain. When a question is put to a minister or a parliamentary secretary, that individual don't go personally and look for the answers. The questions would normally, there is a standard routine, and again for the freshmen. The questions will then be, the minister takes charge of the question, but he directs it to the permanent secretary, who then directs it to the relevant division under that permanent secretary purview, and the questions are then supplied. Because a minister is, while generally under the general image of a public servant, is not strictly, is not a civil servant in the meaning, the constitutional meaning of the term. A minister himself don't do these things, he's public officer, so the question has to be obtained in that manner. And therefore, in fairness to the person who's asking the question, but the person who asks the question would have a reasonable expectation that that question would be answered. And then the minister to whom the question was directed cannot, if you count the days that are not working days, when public officers are to research and to provide the answers, don't work on those days. So the reference in Standing Order 17 to notice, which talks about not being a day not earlier than 6 clear days from the giving of the notice, means actually 6 working days. Now we come to the question of motions, and that takes us on to Standing Order number 24. So I wish to draw your attention to Standing Order number 24. And Standing Order 24 requires that you 12 clear days for that motion. Yes? So there was an error placed in the motion on the order paper where Standing Order number 24-2 except as provided for in Standing Order number 69. And I just wish to point out to you those who have your new thing, that's an error there. The reference should be to Standing Order 70 and not 69. Reports from select committees. In notice of a private member's motion, which would be a motion brought by anyone other than on the government side, a private member's motion shall not be entered in the order book or placed upon the order paper for a day earlier than 12 clear days from the date on which notice was given to the clerk. So I hope this suffices to explain the amendment to the original order paper which went out, in which both questions and motions were contained therein, and that an amended order paper had to be sent out because it's my duty to ensure that all that is done is in harmony with the rules. And honorable members, I thank you.
Item 7, ministerial statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give an update on
but given the extent of matters that you have to cover, and I am going to extend that to an additional 10 minutes, and this is simply because, consistent with the Constitution, the executive is answerable, and ministers in particular, to the Parliament. And these are ministerial statements reporting on the work of the executive of the Parliament. The people need to know. The people's representative in this chamber needs to know. So I will exercise my discretion as I have been in earlier times. And because it's essentially 10 minutes per person, but there are only 3 ministers here and 1 parliamentary secretary. And that 10 minutes will be very insufficient. And I think it will do a significant injustice to the population, to the citizenry, not being aware as to what it is the executive is doing. So this is why I am exercising my discretion on the rules. So just to remind members, and again by way of explanation, so on this issue. So Senator, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I've been saying before, I rise to give some update on some of the ministries I'm required to cover in this honorable House. And I want to start by saying we are entering into the most active part of the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. And for the 3rd time this year, the Colorado State University has increased their forecast for the season. Now the forecast reads that we are likely to see a maximum of 24 named storms, 12 of which will develop into hurricanes, and between 3 to 6 major hurricanes, and we're talking about categories 3, 4, and 5. And we'll remember just a few years ago, category 5 sweeping through Dominica and other islands within the region, and the mass devastation that we have seen. So we understand the dangers that those cyclonic systems poses on small island developing states. And as part of government's disaster risk reduction strategy, we have deployed our environmental wardens very early to ensure that, one, they clear overhangings, those branches and limbs that is likely could fall in the event of an impact and damaging utility wires. So they've been up there skillfully trimming those overhangings and also clearing the waterways, the drains, the culverts and gullies and so forth, to ensure that we do not have any obstruction in the event that we have heavy downpours like we're having at this point in time. It is important to note, Mr. President, that we as a government take this thing very seriously, because we have seen the impact that those systems have had on our own economy and the countries around us. Last year, we'll remember Dorian in the Bahamas basically was stationary for a pretty long time, and the mass havoc that it and devastation that it brought on the countries is a stark reminder that as a nation, we all have to do our part to ensure that we reduce the possibility of destruction. So it's something that is not only the responsibility of government, but every member of the country, every citizen should be aware, and NADMA has been constantly providing those updates to remind persons of the need to ensure that you trim those overhangings to your homes, have your waterways cleared and so forth. Also in this vein, last Monday, the annual debushing program commenced. As you know, there are a number of persons in the country who look forward to this sort of opportunity to raise much needed income to take care of family needs. And given that we're likely to see the reopening of school, it is always positioned or targeted around this time to give persons that extra lift so that they can provide or purchase those items that is not given on those sort of vouchers that they usually receive. So we had some 380 crews around the country out doing this debushing. So the areas that the environmental wardens didn't tackle, they are now tackling them. And as I said, it's all part of a disaster risk reduction strategy. And of course, going to enhance the aesthetics of the various communities. But it's important to note as well, Mr. President, that this gives a wide cross-section of citizens throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitts Martinique, from both genders, male and female, an opportunity to contribute to the development of this country. In this regard, being part of our risk reduction strategy. So this program will run for 4 consecutive fortnights, commenced on the 17th of August, and will conclude on the 9th of October. The value for this program is on $5.4 million. It is significant as well. This is a significant amount given the season that we are in, the period that we are in, COVID-19. And the government has been called upon to make payments that it didn't budget for as part of a stimulus package to ensure that workers who have lost their entire income got something, 40% of what the last income was. So having to spend now $5.4 million in this program, as I said, is significant, knowing what government would have just done and is continuing to do as part of a stimulus package. This, we believe, is timely and is necessary, and it speaks to the forward planning of this administration. One will remember in 2013 when we was elected into office, you met an economy that was basically broken, was in free fall. Government was raising in revenue around $38 million per month, but expenditure was some 54 million. There was a difference, or a fiscal gap of some $18 million monthly. Basically, we were broke, and we couldn't take care of our basic needs. And this administration decided on a homegrown structural adjustment program to realign the economy. And today we are seeing the benefit of this. We're seeing the benefit of, one, astute leadership and forward thinking. And I think with all the noise we're hearing out there, people should remember and give credit to this administration for making this bold move. Mr. President, we as a people must be happy that this administration is in office at this time to take us through from an economy in free fall now to COVID-19. And I kind of shudder to think of what is likely to happen down the road. Because all the major economies in the world are reeling under the pressures of COVID. And it is often said when the bigger nation sneezes, we pick up whatever virus. And it's true. My brother, they gave us some COVID. We have to deal with it. They're reeling under it with all the resources that they have. They're not able to do that. And as a government, we have been able to do a number of things, and branching into the Ministry of Health now, we've been able to do a number of things to ensure that we stem the tide. Yes, we would have locked the door to the borders, and we didn't allow people to come in, so those few cases that were imported, we were able to deal with it. But as it is known, you cannot keep your borders closed indefinitely. Based on small states, how the economies are being constructed, you need that lift from the trade, tourism, and other commerce. So you have to open. And now that we're open, that's a different ball game. This is a different ball game, and we, as a nation, must look at our own circumstances and peculiarities, and then look on the outside to our neighbors who have bigger economies than us, and the pressures that they're under. So every move that the Ministry of Health advocates at this time towards protecting the nation should be seen as being wise. And I want to link it as it relates to the decisions we made in 2013 to restructure this economy. Some said it was not necessary, and some cursed the administration for making the move. But today we are seeing the benefit. Now we've asked to, and we ask for people by putting in place laws to govern the state of play in the country to avert possible fallouts in terms of COVID-19. And persons not with a vision decided to curse and talk about being draconian and dictatorial and so forth. You heard some of those terms when in 2013 when we decided to restructure the economy. So it speaks now to what I've said before, astute leadership and leadership with vision. So to stand and to curse your government for trying to impose measures to protect the entire nation or the nation's health, to curse and to come out against that is unwise. Because any fallout or any spread of COVID-19 within the communities would be devastating for a small economy. And we are seeing it in other small states around the world. It would be devastating. Our neighbors to our south, we have seen that they had to go back on a new lockdown. And we've seen the measures that have been instituted. And they have not done that because they don't like the citizens, but they've done it to ensure that they contain whatever spread there is. I trust God that we would not see in the next week or so any escalation to indicate that we have some spread within our communities. But I want to give kudos to the Ministry of Health for the outstanding work that they have been doing, and the Cabinet Subcommittee on COVID, whose term of engagement has ended. But I want to commend them for the astute leadership that they have given to the nation during that period of lockdown and the succeeding weeks after the lockdown, to ensure that the nation not only was informed, but guidance was given to dictate how we move. Some didn't follow it, but as I said before, we trust God that there is no big fallout. But as it is right now, the ministry reminded us that, yes, we do not have any known COVID case in the country. We've had a number of flights coming in to date. There was one scare. That person has been cleared with 2 negative PCR tests, so they are free of any COVID. But the beauty of this method that has been established, Mr. President, is that we're asking our citizens, yes, you want to come home, but be honest with the information that you provide to the Immigration Department. Because falsifying information not only jeopardizes or has the ability to compromise the health of the entire nation, but it also puts you at risk of being prosecuted and heavily prosecuted. So we're asking our citizens who are looking to return, provide the correct information, and let's do it right. In this time, we have to do as the Bible said, be your brother's keeper, and of course your sister's keeper. Ensure that the decision you make will add value and benefit to the rest of the nation, not just looking at your own circumstances and your own pleasure or desire, but the entire nation. So with the system that has been established, we're likely to track on the ports persons who might be infected. And with that being the case, we'll be able to avert spread within our communities. I want to move quickly on to another area, solid waste management usement. Mr. President, it is common knowledge that Grenada has been and continues to be one of the leading voices in terms of small state around the world environmental matters. Yes, we have chaired OASIS for a number of years, and we continue to be a pivotal voice in the discussions and forums around the world as it relates to climate change and climate change related issues. And in this vein, the government of Grenada has embarked on an integrated solid waste management program or project. It's an initiative of the government with funding from the CDB and as well as funding from government. The total value of the project is some $15.172 million US dollars, equivalent to around 41 million EC. 10.7 million is loan from the Caribbean Development Bank. 300,000 is grant, and the remaining 4.172 million is counterpart funding from the government of Grenada. It is important to note, Mr. President, that the critical on this whole integrated solid waste management project is the Perseverance landfill project itself. We have embarked on design consultants for a new facility, completed designs for what will become the final cell for waste disposal at the Perseverance landfill, as well as, and it's important to note, closure rehabilitation plans for the old landfill cells. The authorized approved plans also saw agreement for the closure of the 50-year-old Perseverance dump. So, Mr. President, yes, at this point in time, we have some smoldering fires on 7.1 acres of land on the old dump. We are working assiduously to extinguish it. But this project, the Integrated Solid Waste Management Project, in its inception and design, is to ensure that we close this old dump. And I'll speak to that a little later. The company Envision 7000 got the contract to undertake the task of doing construction of the Perseverance landfill project. The entire project entails, among other things, construction of the final cell for waste disposal, construction of an access road on the site to allow for movement within the facility, some 1,200 feet of concrete road, construction of polishing ponds for leach and storm water treatment, as well as wetland water treatment system. And this is extremely important, this treatment pond that will be developed. I have had a tour of the facility, and I must say, Mr. President, I'm extremely impressed with work that has been done to date towards developing this leaching pond. What the desire here is to ensure that stormwater or whatever water that will seep from the landfill itself will be conducted through pipes and entered into this leaching area. And through sedimentation and, of course, evaporation, we will be able to filter this water to remove water sort of pollutants. So the water that will be re-enter into the environment will be very safe. And that is in keeping with the environmental agreements that we have signed as it relates to Grenada. And as you know, Grenada is working assiduously towards becoming the first climate smart city in the Caribbean. So all this is in keeping with the pronouncements that we have made to ensure that our practices are environmentally sound. Also, we will be doing construction of a change and washroom facility for waste pickers and construction of site infrastructure for landfill operation. The project, which involves the landfill cell development and site preparation for construction of the wastewater leach treatment pond and wetland treatment system, these components of the project, though delayed in commencement due to the limited state of emergency in early this year, is progressing on schedule as the construction consultants doubled up equipment deployment and manpower on the start of work. So we're back in schedule, even though we would have lost some time to commence. But this is too important a project for us to waste any time. And we continue to work to make sure it happens. I know I have 5 more minutes. Yes?
Your 20 minutes has expired. Well, you seem to have been placed at a disadvantage because you should have been given a sort of warning of the limited amount of time.
Yeah, I thought the bill usually give us a 5 minutes warning.
Yeah. Okay. So in which case, could you
wrap up?
I'll give you an additional minute.
Yeah, I'll wrap up. Okay, thanks. I'm almost there. So, Mr. President, we are working towards ensuring that not only the landfill itself is being constructed towards maintaining our environmental agreements, but also to have a new strategy as it relates to waste management in the country, and also capacity building within the management of solid waste. So it's a paradigm shift as it relates to waste management in Grenada, CARICOM, Peter Martinique, and I'm extremely happy to say that the team of professionals at solid waste management, Mr. Robinson and his team, and the PRO on her staff, Ms. Julian and so forth, they have been doing an excellent work, excellent job in ensuring that this project, or I should say Mr. Neptune is the one who is the coordinator of the whole landfill rehabilitation project. They have been doing exceptional work to make sure it happens, and at the same time, the state of Grenada is protected environmentally, and that claim that we proudly boast of being a leading voice in terms of environmental issues in the country, we maintain that. And Mr. President, I am happy to say that we are pretty close towards working towards ensuring that the smoldering of the last bit of fires on the old dump is being extinguished. But as I've said before, the intention is, and we're not using it right now, but the intention is to cap this within the Integrated Solid Waste Management Project, cap that old dump, and to totally disband it. So I want to say to the residents of the areas that have been affected with the smoke and so forth that I want to apologize again for it, but we have been working towards ensuring that the fire has been extinguished. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
A 20-minute time so that he's aware that he has 5 minutes more. And then when the second bell goes, I would expect the senator to promptly take a seat. So there's a 20-minute. First bell at 15 minutes, and the second bell at time up. Okay? Nolan Cox.
Questions?
Louis, sorry.
No, I understand, so I will keep something. No, that's understandable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, I apologize.
No,
Sorry.
that's quite understandable. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks to Senator Gawi for the presentation. Because the presentation is a bit generalized, and that's quite understandable, I want to start with asking a question on the last thing first, as the solid waste. And you have, the government, yourself have recognized the importance of bringing the smoldering under control. For all, TAU has members working there. We represent the workers at solid waste. The mitigating factor for us is that we have workers in the collective agreement who have access through the company to do health checks up, but the community is not so fortunate. Is there a time frame? Is there a time frame to the ministry that you're working towards getting the smoldering controlled? That's one question. So if we could be told what time frame you have in mind, which is next month, next 2 months, and under the question of flooding as we head into the hurricane season, and it was a generalized statement again as to the cleaning of drains. So permit me to ask some specific questions as it relates to Montrouge, places that we normally have those problems. Montrouge, St. George Town, for instance, Grenville, and the Grenville bus terminus, and the vendors market at the stadium, and any other place that we normally have those sort of flooding. But these are the areas that stood out to me. Has things been done to mitigate these repeated problems? Thank you.
Thanks. Let me start with the first. And the first is the smoldering of those last remaining fires on the old landfill. Mr. President, it is difficult to say that we will be able to totally extinguish it in 1 month or 2 months. What I can say is we spend no effort to ensure that it is extinguished. The difficulty that we have at this point in time, the fires are burning some way between 20 to 30 feet beneath the surface. And that in itself has posed a serious stabilization problem for the extinguishers, in that the adequate material to extinguish the fire is dirt. So you will have to use the heavy equipment to go in and to compress. But because of the nature being, or the area is unstable, it is extremely dangerous to deploy the heavy equipment. So what we have been doing so far is the creation of an access road to the Halifax Bay, an access road around the burning site. We purchased the purchase of equipment and installation of a network of pipes from the Halifax Bay water source, and creation of access points around the burning site with the assistance of a technical team from NOASA. We also would have employed 2 additional temporary staff specifically for the purpose of firefighting, to work along with the regular solid waste management landfill staff, as well as the deployment of heavy equipment with specialized staff for effecting an aggressive firefighting plan on periphery. So we've been doing this. And we also would have beefed up on our security in the area to ensure that there is no illegal entry or reoccurrence of any smoldering fire in the area. Mr. President, this has cost us to date over $204,000 EC towards fighting this fire. Yes, it was over 11 acres that was burning. Now it is 7.1. But as I said, it is smoldering. So smoldering is not the big open flame and a lot of smoke as we've seen. But with the pumping of water from the Halifax Bay and the rain that we're getting, that is helping in some form. But we spare no effort to ensure that this burning is extinguished. And we must be happy in the sense that the Integrated Solid Waste Management Project will alleviate this. Because one of the reason for this fire is the methane gas that have been built up within the dump itself. And the methane mixed with oxygen creates combustion. And that's what we have seen. But with the new Integrated Solid Waste Management Project, there are cells built and pipes conducted to ensure that the methane gas, which is a greenhouse gas and responsible for destroying the ozone layer, is reduced. So the occasion or the possibility of fire will be reduced significantly in this new project. So we will continue to ensure that our staff are provided with the protective materials and equipment so that, yes, they're employed in this, but they have some level of protection from the smoldering smoke that they have to deal with. Mr. President, when I visited the compound, yes, you had to wear a mask because of the COVID, but there was no smoke bothering you in the period, and I'm saying we're getting there, and we're working towards getting it all under control. The other issue as it relates to, yes, those areas so prone to flooding in the country, the Montrouge, the tongue of Grenville, Vendors Market in Queen's Park, those are chronic issues that we have had over the years. And the Montrouge issue is a peculiar one. It will call for a greater development, which I know studies have been ongoing at this point in time, towards addressing permanently. And the problem here, Mr. President, is this. You have a number of outlets in terms of drains to wash the water out to the sea. But what you find happening, the volume of water receding from the land to the sea is reduced because the channel with the rising tide, block the channel. So what you find, what should have been an escape route now become a door, block. And it takes a longer time for the water to escape. And that causes a backup. But as I said, the studies have started towards having a permanent fix to this Monroe issue. The River Road area is just the same. The St. John River has been a serious problem. And I've said, we have seen tons of water flowing down the St. John River, very fast and very powerful. And you have one drain that will send the water from the land into the river. But because of the fast-flowing water in the river itself, become a bridge. So that water from the land that is less velocity than that which is in the river cannot penetrate. So the water in the river now become a bridge again. And that caused the backup of the water into the Queensback area. But the member may have seen that the dredging continues in the Greater River project, and government has been working on this disaster risk vulnerability project within the River Road area as one component to ensure that we're able to minimize or reduce altogether that's the flooding issue in the Queensback area. It's a work in progress. Yesterday when I passed, I looked at the area, the area, river would have been dredged from the bridge up. It's wider and it's flatter. So we're hoping with this, the water exiting from the land will be able to penetrate even if the river will be flowing heavy because of the dredging that was done. So I trust that there would not be much of a hindrance to the vendors who utilize the stadium at this point in time. But let me quickly add in this. As you know, Mr. President, we are working seriously towards the sanitization and the recommission of the St. George's Market Square, so vendors will get back into there. And I think the focus is probably by the end of this month, which should be able to give a definitive word as to when the vendors will get back in. So I trust by that time, there wouldn't be a problem if there was the occasion of flooding in the Queensback area, or the stadium area, the vendors would have been back into the market. But I want to commend the member. Yes, those are issues that we have seen historically. And Grenville is one, as you know, we're just on the sea level, the Grenville area itself. And you would remember a number of years ago, there was a project started, CDB Finance project, the Greater Grenville project. And it was designed towards doing a number of things and would have eliminated some of the flooding that we see. Because from the study, I was told there are either 4 rivers that enters into the Grenville area. And thinking about it, the area where it enters into the Grenville, it is not able to accommodate the volume of water. But the Greater Grenville project that was designed between 2006 and 2008 should have addressed this problem. But as you know, there was a change of government and a change of plans, and this didn't happen. But it's something that we need to go back to, and the people of St. Andrews probably should revisit it and ask those who stopped the project, why? Because this is a serious concern, and a concern that we have to fix, and that is flooding in Grenville. And this is something that this government is working toward again, because all lives matters. And to ensure that how we work in St. George's, St. Andrews get the same level of attention and development. Thank you.
Senator Sincere.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Garway, for that report. I share the concerns with Senator Lewis. I'm a Grenville girl, born and raised in Grenville, so I know the trials of having the flooding in Grenville. Unfortunately, you did not address the flooding at the bus terminal, which is a relatively new project. So I'm hoping maybe you can give some information about what plans are, being made to address that issue, because this is a current thing. This is not, down the road and who would have been in leadership or whatever. We do have some pressing concerns in Grenville as it relates to flooding, and now that we've seen it at the bus terminal, so we would need to have some answers on that. I was particularly interested in your report as it relates to the integrated solid waste management project. And I am waiting, anticipating to see how that turns out, because again, I'm in public health, and environmental health is a big part of public health. My question, Mr. President, is, in this the integrated solid waste management project that you spoke about, is the re-implementation of Telescope as a landfill, a dump site, going to be coming back on stream? Is that going to happen? Because I've seen a notice from the Grenada Solid Waste Management which encourages people limited amounts of garbage come, and at the end of the day that will be removed. So I'm asking the question directly, will the Telescope site become again a site for dumping?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the questions. And I am also from St. Andrews, so I know the problems of St. Andrews. And the four rivers that enters into St. Andrews enters the whole St. Andrews market area. So the problems that you're having at the bus terminal is not new, in that it's the same water that we're talking about that floods the entire area. This is something that will be addressed, and is being addressed at this point in time to ensure that we protect the entire land space. But I've said there has been a setback because the project in 2008 was stopped, and that would have ensured that this that we're having right now should not have been. From my knowledge, we have not decided to move Perseverance into Telescope. No. So if there is word to that hasn't been a final decision or anything of the sort. So rest assured, the work that is being done right now with Integrated Solid Waste Management Unit is to ensure that we have a conducive place of waste disposal, and there's only 2 legal dumping sites in Grenada. So we have the Dumfries in Carriacou and the Perseverance in St. George.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, my question was not asking if Perseverance will be relocated to Telescope. I'm asking if there is a new dump, the site will be reused. So based on what you're saying, because I would like the people of Telescope to hear this, Telescope will not be reused as far as you know as a dump site. That's what you're saying. Yeah. Thank you.
Out of interest, there was a time not too long ago when I was still in the union. I had a discussion with a gentleman who came to Grenada and was flying back. We were both flying out of Grenada, but he came here in order to do some initial investigation into the flooding situation. And we just happened to meet one another and was discussing. And he was indicating to me that that problem is not a very complex one to solve. And that most of the time flooding takes place is when there's a lot of rain and at the same time high tide. And he was suggesting part of the area where the bus terminus now was, he was suggesting before the bus terminus was reclaiming a significant part of that and creating what he called a dam, I think was the word he used, or some other term, but it was essentially to create a dam and to drain all of the runoff coming from the land into that dam, and then to have a massive pump, all right, which would be regulated on the basis of tide and the amount of water into that dam, all right, and to just pump it out to sea. And he indicated to me, he said, Guyana has a very simple way, and it's non-mechanized. Men go around and turn a thing and it blocks the tide from coming in, and when the tide is low enough, it comes up and the water goes out. And he was saying that would solve the problem in the town of Grenville. But unfortunately, when they did the reclamation for the building of the bus terminus, that was not to be. I still do verily believe, with lack of any engineering experience or training, that looks simply still very relevant. So it's maybe something that you may wish.
Mr. President,
to consider.
you're so correct. The Greater Grenville study, and it's there for the people of Grenville to investigate and see what was proposed towards ensuring that a terminus was built, and you have a wonderful system to protect the people. As I said, the project was interfered with, and that's what we have now. So it's a question of we're looking now towards ensuring that it has been fixed, and this is something under consideration to make sure that the people of Grenville have that. And of course, we all are St. Andrews people. We want to make sure that our people are protected. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to add to the discussion based on another member's presentation, but the discussion is very, very relevant, and to add a broader context to the issue of flooding, whether it's in Montrouge, whether it's Grenville, wherever it may be. With climate change, Mr. President, we are going to find increased situations of flooding, extreme flooding due to climate change. And especially within our coastal cities, where we have infrastructure close to the shoreline, whether it's a bus terminal, whether it is it's buildings, hotels, other infrastructure. And the Carénage is a perfect example of that. The Carénage is actually a floodplain. And the work that is taking place right now with the Green Climate Fund, with New York University, and the Climate Smart Cities program, which also looks at Grenville, recognizing the extreme climate vulnerabilities that exist there and some of the chronic issues, in addition to the St. George's area, is what they call a bathtub effect, where you have instances of high tides and extreme flooding from our watersheds. So you have water coming down, you have water coming in with nowhere to go, and extreme flooding, which we are seeing over and over, and it is only going to get worse. The project, the Climate Smart Cities project, is looking, a part of it is looking at addressing some of these critical areas. The solution that was proposed, Mr. President, is the principle of that, is what New York University have been looking at, certainly in the areas within the St. George's area, especially around the Carénage. And the submission of their preliminary concepts to the government of Grenada and then on to the GCF, looking at the financing and additional technical support that's required for this, is scheduled any time now. But what we've been seeing, the costs, some of the solutions sound very simple, but they're certainly not cheap. And extensive engineering studies have been done, will continue to be done to address exactly what has been suggested. But the capital cost to do this on a comprehensive basis is significant, but that is what this government is pushing forward. Difficult problems to solve, holistically, nationally, expensive problems to solve, but through our relationships with the international community, bringing in the technical expertise, identifying these core vulnerabilities, and looking at long-term solutions, not solutions that's just going to fix the problem for today, recognizing that climate change is here to stay, is coming up with solutions that will last 50, 80 years from now. So all of that work is taking place, but these fixes aren't straightforward. There are some simple solutions to specific problems, but the issue that we're facing is far more systemic than that, Mr. President. We recognize that, and we are looking to address it, but it isn't a quick fix.
Mr. President, with your permission, I hear all of what is being said in the House this morning, but I think there are some things that we're not taking a closer look at. The flooding is one issue. The bus terminal is one issue in Grenville, and the streets are another issue, and then there is Telescope Beach. Mr. President, I think you know what has happened with the building of the port in Grenville, where the land was claimed and all that water. The beach has now basically disappeared. And over the years, persons in Telescope have been asking for assistance from government because the land has eroded in such a way that the houses are right under the shoreline because the waters have been coming in. I don't know if the members in the House would have heard the news item where there is a young man in Telescope, a gentleman I grew up with actually, taking the initiative to assist the people in Telescope because the water is coming in there, and that is, again, as you correctly said, and as the honourable member correctly said, climate change is here and it's not going anywhere, it's staying. But what do we do in the meantime? Because we cannot wait on these, long-term projects that are going to take, some time, while there are persons' lives and houses and, investments as small as they may be in jeopardy. So maybe the honourable members can speak to that as well, because this is an easy fix. The gentleman has found a very easy way of helping hold back the water, at least for some time.
Mr. President, I don't think we need to prolong this particular debate because it's a deep and lengthy discussion, and the points that the member on the other side is raising, all valid. There is remedial work that is taking place in the Telescope area, in the St. Andrews area now. There's a DNC project which is building an artificial reef outside to protect that entire coastal area. A pilot was completed, that's now been extended, so it's looking at how to protect the coastline immediately. There are other initiatives that are underway. But these, Mr. President, are just scratching the surface. So we could sit here, we can come up with dozens and dozens of specific environmental challenges that we face due to climate change. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, we're seeing the destruction of our coastal communities and our coastline up and down the country due to climate change. There are projects, multiple projects, that are addressing some of these specific issues, but this is an overwhelming issue. So the point the member is making is there are interventions that can be done now on a localized area, which are being done. Can more be done? Absolutely. But the fundamental issues behind this are existential. And we're going to continue to face this, as all small island developing states are facing, which is why we're taking two approaches. Look at what we can do at a local level, at a community level, and the gentleman that you mentioned, Telescope, is phenomenal. And initiatives like that could be supported. But that is just scratching the surface. Support should be given where support is required. But there are initiatives that have already been undertaken by government. But then there is the wider issue, the long-term issue and how we're going to resolve some of these chronic issues more systematically. So we're trying to work on all levels. But what we are facing with climate change, whether it is through extreme flooding, whether it's extreme drought, and the project that is currently underway, the G-Cruise project, a $125 million project, which have started the implementation for, is managing some of that extreme flooding that we see in the north of the country, how we can capture that water, dams, etc., other infrastructure, how that could be channeled so it's protecting those areas from flooding, but capturing the water, which is a valuable resource, and how that can then be distributed to the south while servicing the northern areas, but bringing that water to the south, which is drought-prone, flooding-prone up in the north, drought-prone in the south. And that is a significant investment by government, by our international partners. So I just want to make it clear to the member on the other side, we're not sitting on our hands waiting. There is a lot happening. The Climate Smart Cities program, which will address many of the issues that she's raised. We're looking at close to $1 billion worth of investment over the next 15 years. These aren't simple problems, but we are making those hard decisions, being extremely proactive, taking a scientific approach, identifying the vulnerabilities, both infrastructurally and within our vulnerable communities, and how we can address these issues. Included within that program is a substantial urban planning piece, because some of the flooding that we are seeing is due to the urbanization of our areas and shifts in the watershed. So all of these things that the member is alluding to, we are looking at as climate change is biting at our heels.
Your bit, Senator. There's a very simple mechanism too that can be interjected into the now, and that is most strict land use, stopping people from establishing communities in places which are known to be vulnerable. I mean, there are dry water courses in the dry season that you can go and play cricket. But come the rains, these things turn into torrents, and Jamaica has a particular experience with these huge gullies that are just coming, and people are building, and people are very industrious. Because I have heard of instances, and I've actually seen in the Subiz Maki area, where people have been told that this is highly vulnerable. Modern homes have been built for them. They received the homes, went there temporarily, went back and built back in the vulnerable place, and renting out the homes to make an income. So I'm saying that we have to have stricter. People are building on hillsides where it is very obvious that a slide will take place when there's a heavy downpour of rain. And they build there, and then the home started burn, and then the state has to get involved. And this is all over the place. So one of the do-nows that you don't have to wait to have some finance program overseas is that your division of physical planning, which I must admit is one of the weakest divisions in the state, must get more active in preventing people from establishing communities and homes in places which are naturally vulnerable to become disaster areas, especially when the rain starts. So it is something I just wish the government side to pay attention to. And Senator Noel?
Yes, Mr. President, just yes, Mr. President, I just want to add to this the whole issue of flooding in the especially in regards to the Grenville area and so on. In my view, I understand what the Honorable Senator Simon Steele is saying, and as far as they're trying to deal with this situation and climate change and so on. But in my view, I just think that Grenville has been a totally neglected town or parish, and it's a bit shameful because we have 4 ministers in this area, and over the years we have seen some efforts though, because look, we have seen in the St. Patrick's Church town where they had the breakwater $1 million project that went on there, and although a proper study probably wasn't done, maybe create some other problems elsewhere, but efforts were made in other places. But in terms of Grenville, I haven't seen any efforts over the years of late that made in terms of to alleviate the whole flooding issue there. Whereas I've seen in other parishes, like I just said, the breakwater project in St. Patrick's and other projects in St. David's and so on. Nothing has really happened over the years in Grenville over the last maybe 10 years. I just had to add that. Thank you.
Well, again, I don't want to protract this, but the members' comments, St. Andrews is our largest parish. And if we look at efforts that have been made, whether it is infrastructurally, whether it's agriculturally, socially, business-wise, providing services for the people, not just of Grenville, but the whole of that parish, I just want to put on record significant effort has been placed. There are unique challenges because of the size of the parish, but I'll certainly challenge the member on the other side in terms of efforts to develop that parish.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is not I'm not rising to make a ministerial statement, but rather on a point of order, or perhaps to seek clarity from you, Mr. President. While I certainly will not want to in any way discourage discussions on topics of importance in this House, I am a bit lost in relation to the standing orders and the procedure of debates. Because what I've been seeing thus far is that the ministerial statements have become subjects of debates in the House. But according to the standing orders, during a statement, members may only rise on points of clarity or points of order during the presentations, and the speaker may choose to give way to the person interjecting. And apart from that, if there are any questions that members choose to ask, they may do so by giving prior notice of those questions to the clerk of the House. And if they require an oral answer at that time, they indicate that on the order paper using an asterisk. I understand the discretion of the President to allow discussion, but I've been seeing the ministerial statements devolving into debates where members are freely giving their opinions on matters and asking questions which do not seek to clarify any particular issue. And those questions are not being asked during the presentations. So, Mr. President, I wanted to seek your guidance on that, because I think the procedure thus far has deviated quite a bit from what is prescribed in the standing orders. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Williams. The ministerial statements which have been made, all of the questions have seeks a clarity or an explanation coming out of the statement. Yes, I have allowed some latitude because in the rough and tumble of parliamentary discourse, there is not a very rigid guardian line as to how things are done. And as I say, Section 59 of the Constitution, subsection 3, is what guides me. in the sense that the Constitution lays out, and that's in section 59.3, that, that the Cabinet shall be collectively responsible to Parliament. And that collective responsibility finds expression in the report by people with ministerial responsibility, speaking on behalf of Cabinet for things that either they would have done, or if they're speaking on behalf of another ministry, which is the case here, to answer questions. Now, if it becomes obvious to me that a minister is asked a question and he could not have anticipated that there's an answer, and specifically is not his ministry, I would then direct that that question be put in the form of the questions because it would require research. But I ask a question in a statement where the issue is being discussed about flooding in St. Andrews and what is actually happening there, what plans the government have and so on. I don't see that as being either a breach of the rule or puts the person to whom the question is put at a severe disadvantage. I mean, if a question is put to you and you simply don't know, you just say simply, unfortunately, I don't have the answer. But if you frame it in a question and give me the time, I'll come back with an answer. As I said, I don't want us to be so strictured and to be so clinical as if we were on a surgeon's table. The back and forth is good. It gives the public an opportunity, and it gives the executive an opportunity to explain the work that is being done, and it gives those who represent the public to seek to get information. Well, you guys are there. What are you doing on my behalf? I have a problem in my community. I have a problem affecting the workers. So what is happening? What is the policy issue here? And that, to me, I find is really fair game. I take a general point, and I am very much aware of that. And I pay particular attention to that because my role here is a guardian of the rules. But if you have an opportunity to look at what happens in the British public, in the British House of Commons, and in some other parliaments, you think that our decorum and other things here are quite in order. So I take your point. I'm not discarding it in any way. But I think that we must allow. And then again, remember, we don't meet very often. We don't meet very often. I mean, some houses meet once a week. We don't. And there's a lot happening on the government side, which gives the government an opportunity to explain what it's doing. And we have representatives who have to report to the constituents. Well, you're in Parliament, and you ask anything about me. What's happening? I have a problem, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So I think it's a healthy discourse, and I don't see them. If the rules is breached, you could rest assured that I will intervene to put things back on order. And although it was not a report from Senator Steele, but because of the area that he has responsibility for, and I know a lot of work has been done by him in sourcing money from the Green Climate Fund, I saw his answer as complementary to what the substantive report which generated the question. And I thought that it was fair and helpful and healthy to allow that interjection and that explanation to arise. So I take note, but I am not too worried. I don't think that there's any unwholesome breach of the rules in my opinion, and the rules does allow my discretion, so yeah. Okay, thank you. I think Senator Cox, I believe you were next in line. Senator Cox, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to give a report on the stewardship in terms of the ministry that I'm responsible for, and also some other ministries of government. Mr. President, in recent conversations, I believe that there is no conversation that we can have today without having or speaking about COVID. And everything that we do right now is either we work into combat the effects of COVID or trying to curtail it, whichever way. And it's so saying, Mr. President, The ministry continues to be challenged in every way, in every aspect, as we try to navigate these new waters. Mr. President, I want to start with the Ministry of Sports. We are having some challenges with our student athletes overseas who have been also been challenged and impacted by COVID in a number of ways. Some of them, they have lost a significant portion of their scholarship because the scholarship it was initially applied for them to be in school in person. Now some of them, they have to go online, so those scholarships have been severed. And so they have become a challenge for some of those persons. How are they going to continue? Some of them had to move up for the dormitory because the schools are closed. And they had to be placed with other persons, friends of other persons or friends of family. And so it has been a difficult time for them. We have been keeping close contact with them just to see how they're going through this process. Today, Mr. President, 4 of the students are returning on a flight today from the US. They have not finished, but they have to return home. That is the best outcome for them at this point in time. And so we...
Then there were no flights, couldn't go onto the streets, so got to rent an apartment to put them up. It's serious challenges.
Serious challenges.
I am deeply empathetic to those students in particular and to their parents and to you who are trying to coordinate to see how best with limited resources that you can help.
It's been pretty tough with everything taking place in terms of the financial situation in the country. We now have to see how we can find resources forgoing some other things to provide some support for them. But so far we have been able to give some assistance to keep them at least comfortable. We want to also thank the persons who would have opened their doors to accept those students on short notice and to look after them. In some cases, one student indicated to me that he took up because he had an opportunity to learn from his parent how to cook and to clean and stuff. So, we have given back to the owner of the home, persons who opened the door for him. He was handling all the chores, cooking, meals, and everything like that. So it's some pretty good stories, testimonies from what has happened. But we definitely, Mr. President, want to empathize with parents and, of course, the students for what they have experienced, what they're experiencing right now as due to the impact of COVID. But I just wanted to think it was important that I just inform this House and the nation, of course, what is taking place and to let them know that we are in contact with them. Added to that, despite that, Mr. President, we have opportunities that are still being realized for students, for scholarships to go. And so that there comes another challenge. Again, we have students who it is a dream to go out there. They want to aspire to go to improve on that athletic ability and also to benefit from a tertiary education. And getting them out there now is also a challenge. So we are tasked with working with the stakeholders, we work with the coaches to see what best we can do to facilitate that. At the same time, we have to proceed. But I just wanted to update the House on that, to let them know that we continue to work with the students to see them that they are best comfortable throughout this process. Mr. President, the Ministry of Tourism and Civil Aviation just wanted to give a report on 2 matters there. Just to say that we have opened up our borders officially, the airport in particular, and we are receiving flights. We're scheduled to receive flights normally from the yellow and green zones, of course, and the red zones is only via charter in the meantime. And just 2 Mondays ago, we had our first commercial flight, resumption flight from from Canada, with Air Canada, and I think that is a good step in the right direction. And so it kind of helps us to get ourselves acclimatized with the new operations, the new procedures, the monitoring at the airport, the testing, all that is being done. And so we just thought it important to inform the House that it has started. Air Canada has given a commitment to fly once per week on Mondays for now in first instance. We do hope that will increase going forward for obvious reasons in terms of creating that economic activity and commerce through ELIF. As you know, Mr. President, it's always a challenge to get people to fly to your shores, and so much discussions and negotiations to achieve those agreements. And just imagine now persons are not coming as willingly because they have challenges themselves, the cost of operations. We see even one of our regional carrier have not resurfaced as yet because of COVID. And that lends itself to let you understand the challenge that sector is having. So we are monitoring and we are working with all our stakeholders to ensure that we get flights resumption back to some sort of normalcy so that we all can benefit from that sector, Mr. President. Mr. President, amidst those news, we do have some good news. The World Travel and Tourism Association have recognized this country and give it a safety stamp to travel. So we welcome this safety stamp by the World Travel and Tourism Association. We think that is good and speak well for our country and what we are doing here in terms of COVID, in terms of our response to COVID. I think that is very, very good. At the same time, it is important that we continue to be vigilant. As we have seen, one of the top countries in the world in terms of performance for COVID response, which is New Zealand, after 102 days, today they are currently struggling with an outbreak. So while we're good now, it doesn't mean that it is always going to be like that. So we ought to be vigilant in that regard, Mr. President. I just want to make mention of that. Mr. President, I also want to report a little bit on agriculture, what we have been doing with agriculture. What we see currently, Mr. President, is a direct correlation to the impacts of COVID on all the sectors that are important for agriculture to thrive successfully in this country. So we see that our university, who have closed its doors, students went out in batches. That is a significant area where our agricultural produce ends up either directly through the restaurants, indirectly through the restaurants, or directly to the university. Also the hotels that are basically closed right now as well, some of them. That in itself would have affected the demand for agricultural produce. So, Mr. President, it's an intricate problem that we have that stem from the impact of COVID. So this required the ministry to take a new approach in terms of looking at alternative ways and new approaches in terms of moving the sector, moving the agriculture sector forward in these difficult times. It has not been easy for the farmers. It has been a difficult time for them, and we understand. The ministry and the government took some specific initiatives to see how we can curb that challenge. And through the formation of a special task force, a special committee, to look at some short-term, medium-term actions that can take place to drive this sector. And the ministry is looking at those recommendations and working on moving them forward. The government, in its effort to working with Marketing Board as one of our key stakeholders, did, of course, I think, pledge $1 million. I'm not sure if those monies are transferred already in part or in full thereof, but I know that there is some pledge was given for those funds to support marketing, both in terms of the challenges with marketing and distribution. So those are things that we have to address going forward. Also, the ministry, in looking at the response, the government has, through the ministry, has pledged $2.5 million to support that response package for the sector as a first initiative. I know that is small based on what is required to really drive the sector. But as a first initiative, $2.5 million has been allocated. Support, I think 1 million of those
Deputy President, the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. One of the initiatives through the response is the farm labor program. It's a very important program. I know a lot of key farmers look forward to that assistance in terms of getting the necessary work done. The crops that are basically targeted through the farm labor program is the nutmeg, cocoa, and of course soursop, which is our key crop right now, and other economic tree crops. Also, 200 acres is carried for in terms of production for food crops or staples, and 200 acres for the tree crop, which is the cocoa, nutmeg, and soursop. Mr. Deputy President, over 600 farmers are engaged through the farm labor program, and there are a number of other details on the program which I will endeavor to give maybe at another sitting in terms of the areas that impact, how long it is intended to go for, currently where they are, and things like that. So as the program continues, I think it's important for us to give updates as we move forward with that important program, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is also support for going through a program that they have right now, which is the Home Garden Project, where persons targeting women in our communities so they can have their backyard gardening. So a number of inputs have been provided through that project in terms of planting material, in terms of tools for persons to do their backyard gardening, working with social development and targeting those families, especially women in all communities, to be part of this important project. Mr. President, also, Mr. Deputy President, also some support has been given in terms of vendors, because, because of COVID, a number of relocation tents had to be provided. So those are some of the areas that government have been spending over the past few months in terms of providing that support to vendors, keeping the area clean and tidy and things like that, because just to keep them safe so that they can continue to apply their livelihood in the area of vending. Mr. President, these are the main points I just want to report to the House this morning for the ministries that I indicated. Thank you very much.
Senator Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I rise to give an update from the Ministry of Finance on the current economic and financial outlook, and then also from the Ministry of Education in terms of the plans for the reopening of our schools. Mr. Deputy President, before I start, I just wish to extend my condolences to the family of Kraft and Isaac, the retired Chief Fisheries Officer who passed away recently, and to recognize the significant contribution he made not only to the fisheries sector here in Grenada, but his reputation, his contribution as a builder of cooperation amongst countries within the Caribbean, within the sector. And although he had retired up to the time of his passing, he was still actively involved in supporting the work of the sector. So I wish to extend my thoughts, or our thoughts and prayers to his family at this difficult time. So, Mr. Deputy President, moving on to the economic outlook, just to give a broader context, and again, it's COVID that is setting the perspective that we are working within. The primary focus of government has been and continues to be to ensure the safety and health of our nation as we face this global pandemic. Although some of us, we're seeing signs of complacency, and those who are flouting or defying the protocols and regulations that are in place to protect all of us. Let us be reminded, Mr. Deputy President, the worst is still ahead of us. We haven't reached a point where we can let down our guard. And if we, again, just examine what is happening globally to date, there is no sign of this virus slowing down. To date, 22 million infections. That's 5 million more than the last time we sat in this chamber just a few days ago, less than 2 weeks ago. 775,000 deaths. That's over 100,000 more deaths than there were just 2 weeks ago. So if we look at what's happening in Trinidad, they are on full lockdown. Bahamas have been on full lockdown. That was announced a couple of weeks ago. Senator Cox mentioned New Zealand. New Zealand has been presented as the poster child of how to manage during these difficult times. And as they celebrated the 100th-day anniversary of being COVID-free, they had a mass outbreak and had to shut down their largest city, Auckland. So even those with significant resources and doing all of the right things, an outbreak can happen unexpectedly at any time and cause significant disruption to the way of life of those people. So, Mr. Deputy President, so those of us who want to play bad, those of us who want to play politics, I think it's important that we remind ourselves that we're putting the lives of those that we love most at risk when we drop our guard and we do not comply with the protocols and the regulations that have been put in for our very own safety. But Mr. Deputy President, as with the issue of the focus on safety is even more critical at this time as we open up our borders to international traffic. And that is critical in terms of trying to stimulate our economy the best we can and responsibly at this time. Like all of our neighbors within the region, we're heavily dependent on tourism, and the need to reactivate that sector responsibly is a critical priority at this time. And just because there is a focus on agriculture, that does not mean to say there isn't focus on other sectors, whether it's agriculture, whether it's the digital economy, whether it's small businesses. All of these areas have an important role to play in that, in stimulating economic activity. So, Mr. Deputy President, we cannot remain shut indefinitely. So far, we have managed this crisis well, from both a health perspective and also from a fiscal perspective. Grenada has been better positioned than many of its neighbors. We've been able to meet our financial obligations, including paying public officers on time, providing a comprehensive stimulus package to support those sectors in greatest need and support for the most vulnerable. But based on the enormity of this global crisis and the impacts it's having on the economy globally and nationally, government cannot continue to provide this level of support indefinitely, which is why we need to take this responsible approach in how do we best stimulate or reactivate our economy and look at all of the other fiscal measures we need to put in place to manage us as we move forward. And Mr. President, this is not about putting livelihoods before lives. Like everywhere else in the world, every other country, we have to do both, as challenging as that is. The health pandemic and the economic pandemic that we're seeing are equally as damaging to our national development. But the economic impacts of COVID-19 have been significant. With our borders closed for so long, our tourism sector, which we are so dependent on, in hibernation, many of our hotels, businesses still either closed or operating at partial capacity, workers sent home. During this period, Treasury inflows have been severely impacted. And due to this, the government has revised downwards its revenue forecasts compared to our 2020 budget. The Ministry of Finance has projected a minimum of 40% reduction on revenues collected by inland revenue, customs, other revenue-generating elements during this pandemic period. And this equates to a reduction of $181 million in revenues as forecasted in our budget. So, Mr. President, Deputy President, we have less to spend. And this contrasts to where we were before the crisis. 7 years, consecutive years of economic growth in excess of averaging 5%, one of the fastest economies within the region. We went from budget deficit to a budget surplus. We were managing our fiscal situation well. Reduction in debt to GDP ratio from 108% down to 57%, and employment down from 40% to 15%. This is where we were before this global crisis hit. So in response, government is having to adjust its 2020 expenditures. We can't spend what we are not earning. So this means the budgets of most of our ministries within government will be adjusted, where discretionary spending, non-critical spending, will be curtailed. So there is significant belt-tightening that is required, and prioritizing those programs that are most relevant at this time. Increased working efficiency. How do we, as a public service, do more with less? We have to find more efficient, more productive ways of working during this time, and how do we limit and manage waste? So, Mr. President, we need to focus heavily on both public and private sector investment programs. So in creating jobs, stimulating the economy, government will be implementing with aggression capital projects that are funded by grants and loans. These are mainly significant infrastructural projects, whether it's roads, bridges, land slippage, slope stabilization programs, the construction of new schools, the significant upgrading of existing schools, investments in our digital infrastructure, supporting e-government and our digital economy. These programs, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, are valued at over $250 million, and with the creation of somewhere in the region of 800 jobs. So that has to be a critical focus area. Then within the private sector, even in these difficult times, those investors that we were engaged with for major projects before the crisis still have an appetite to move forward with their investments. So whether it is the range project in La Sagesse St. David's, $300 million project, whether it's the $1 billion project, the Grenada National Resorts Project up in St. Patrick's, work is already underway, which will create significant opportunities, but especially within our rural communities, which need as much support as at this time as possible. Then in addition to this, the developers behind the Silver Sands project will be moving forward with their investments at Port Louis, Mount Cinnamon, and other hospitality-related projects. So concluding on this, Mr. Deputy President, these are challenging times. We know what we need to do to address those specific threats from the health and the economic pandemic that we face. However, we need the support of all if we are to weather the storm. So this is our people. Every man, woman, and child has a role to play in weathering this storm. Our workers, both public and private sector workers, our business community, trade union movement, our churches, civil society, all political organizations. Mr. President, it requires all of us to work together in order to get through this crisis as best we can. So moving on to the Ministry of Education and specifically an update on the reopening of schools. Yesterday, the Ministry of Education outlined its plans for an expected reopening of all schools on the 7th of September. We all know the severe impact that COVID has had on our school system. Our school kids, with the exception of Form 5, who returned at the end of last term for their exams, but students have been at home since March, receiving significant support through virtual means, and I'll come on to that a little later, but it's been highly disruptive. But what was outlined yesterday were the principles for reopening, but there will be a continuous monitoring from a health and safety perspective, locally, regionally, and internationally, as to the final approach that is taken. Well, that approach may actually have to be very dynamic based on what happens from a health perspective. So those plans will be subject to change. And a more comprehensive announcements will be made in the coming days in the lead up to schools opening with further details. But the principles that are guiding the reopening are based on the protocols and the guidelines that were put in place for the return of Form 5 students for their CSEC exams, which was viewed as a success. And this was done in consultation with all stakeholders, principals, teachers, parents, unions, ministry officials. And it's using those principles to look at the rollout or the return of all schools. But Mr. Deputy President, we are looking at this reopening amidst two significant challenges. First is available classroom space. With the physical distancing that is required and the space that is required to accommodate the 6-foot separation means that not all classroom facilities classrooms are going to be large enough to accommodate all students. So school by school, class by class, individual by individual, plans are having to be put in place to come up with the optimal arrangements, safe arrangements based on protocols for each of the schools. But this requires significant thought and logistics. The second area is the finances. For the sanitizing, the supplies, etc., that were required just for Form 5, just for that last period in the term to enable students to sit their exams, 5 minutes, cost in excess of $300,000. The estimate for the additional cost of supplies and what is required to facilitate the opening of all schools for the 4 months of this upcoming term is estimated at $1.9 million. This is significant, Mr. Deputy President, and these aren't monies that have been budgeted, but monies that will be found to enable this to happen. What we will be asking of those parents who can afford it to make contributions in terms of providing basic supplies for their children, whether it's hand sanitizer, masks, etc., to help contribute. The plan that has been outlined is multi-phase. The first phase, which is week commencing the 24th of August, entails completion by caretakers of the preparations, the cleaning of all schools for the return of staff. And extra cleaners are being provided by the ministry to assist in this, and then the completion of basic repairs, washrooms, etc., and an extensive communication plan for teachers, for parents, students as to what is happening in phase 2, which is week commencing the 31st of August, which is traditionally planning week where plans and protocols will be reviewed by school heads and the ministry. The distribution of e-learning devices to teachers, and I'll come on quickly to speak about the approach to e-learning, and the distribution of additional supplies and what's required for school reopening. Phase 3, week commencing the 7th of September, will be the staggered return of students and the distribution of devices and e-books to parents. There will also be a curriculum refocusing. The method of teaching learning that will apply moving forward is a blended hybrid approach of physical, in-class, face-to-face lessons in addition to virtual lessons, so from learning from home, and a mix of the two. So refocusing of the curriculum to account for that environment that curriculum assessment will take place during that phase. The fourth phase, which is 4th to the 21st of September, there will be national academic assessment students to determine their readiness for the term ahead. As I said, many of these students have been working from home since March. So assessment of their capabilities and what is going to be required of them academically for the period moving forward. Phase 5, week commencing the 28th of September, is the mass return of students based on the maximum number of students that can be safely accommodated, based on physical distances, based on protocols for each of those schools. So we will see that maximum number that can be accommodated returning. And that will continue through to the end of that Michaelmas term, to the end of December. And Mr. Deputy President, I just want to finish on the role of e-learning with this. The opportunity, if that is an appropriate word to use, the opportunity that's been presented to us through this COVID pandemic is an acceleration of our e-learning agenda. There's been talk for many years now about a move to digital learning and all of the benefits that e-learning can bring. And I see the clerk there has been intimately involved during his time within the Ministry of Education. I know it was a passion of yours, but we're now seeing that come to fruition and an accelerated program. And there's been a lot of discussion over the years where the tablets, where the devices, other countries issuing devices which they are then having to return to the schools because they do not have the e-learning ecosystem in place that supports this. E-learning is far more than just a tablet or a laptop. It's that entire ecosystem, the content, the e-books. It's about the supporting communication tools to enable e-learning. It is the training of staff, of teachers, of parents, of students to be able to use these tools and all of the support functions that are required. Mr. Deputy President, this pandemic has forced us, or I would turn it around and say, we have taken advantage of this opportunity to fully embrace this new way of learning, which will transform our education system. It will transform the just a couple more seconds, Mr. Deputy President. It will transform the way that our teachers teach and our students learn. We are bringing our education system into the 21st century, and this is the opportunity that's been afforded and the opportunity that has been taken advantage. All of the devices for secondary schools, 24,000 devices, are on island, are being configured, and that distribution process with all of the protocols around that, all of the policies around that, all of the training around that is being implemented as we speak. So on that note, Mr. Deputy President, I end my ministerial statement. I thank you.
Right, Senator Noel.
Yes, thank you, Vice President. Just on a point of clarification, I would just like to know whether the students will be tested randomly during the term, and how often that will be happening, all the procedures. Thank you.
So through Mr. Deputy President, yes, there will be random COVID testing, where there's rapid test, PCR testing, but there will be testing of students, of teachers, of support staff. So that will be randomly carried out periodically. I cannot tell you the exact numbers, but the idea is that it will be sufficient sample so that we can get a sense from a health perspective of the healthiness of that environment from a COVID perspective.
Senator Campbell.
Yes, I just want to find out whether or not the students and teachers will be paying for those tests, or it would be free to them.
I don't know the answer to that question, but it's something that I can follow up with.
Senator Lewis. I saw you.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you very much. If I may just be permitted to, in relation to the reopening of school, we in the labor movement, and I'm sure the government and the country as a whole, would want to make sure that enough emphasis has been placed on, especially the pre-primary school, the younger kids, as to how they interact or conduct themselves. A lot of emphasis needs to be placed there, just as an observation. But I know, Minister Steele, that you most likely may not have a specific answer, but just following up on a comment that you made in terms of where unemployment was pre-COVID and the impact, I'm just asking, is there an estimation currently as to what the current state of unemployment may be? Thank you very much.
Mr. Deputy President, in answer to the last question, traditionally at this time a labour force survey is carried out. I do not have the answer based on the social distance requirement, this new environment that we're working in terms of how that survey would be conducted. But traditionally at this time of year, a labour force survey is carried out, which will give an insight into employment, unemployment levels at this time. But I'm happy to come back more specifically with when that survey, whether it is being carried out, how it will be carried out. I can come back to this House with more specific details. But as I said, traditionally at this time, such a survey would take place.
Senator Sincere.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I do have a somewhat difficult question for the member on the other side. Considering current health trends, emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. Is the Ministry of Education currently putting together a risk reduction plan? Because we talk about risk reduction in isolation as it relates to climate issues, but there are risk reductions for entities or organizations as well. It would be remiss if all this information is just, gone and nothing is done with it.
Through you, Mr. Deputy President, all that has been done in this period is based on risk calculations and risk mitigation. So the reopening of schools will be no different. There is a risk assessment that is carried out, and that risk assessment is a dynamic thing. The nature of this virus means that you have to be very proactive. So whether the risks are very low, increasing activity, increasing engagement at a physical level, or as infection rates rise, the need to then pull back on that. But this is being driven through the Ministry of Health. It isn't each sector trying to figure this thing out themselves. This is a health issue fundamentally, and we are working with the science, we're working with methodologies, whether it is prescribed by the WHO, whether it's CARPHA, whether it's other health organizations, whether it is within the OECS, whether it's at CARICOM level. I mean, there is an extensive multidiscipline team that has been looking at all aspects, whether it is our reopening of schools, whether it's reopening of airports, whether it's businesses, everyone. But the core piece that runs through it is that health risk assessment and the mitigating measures that are required to manage those risks.
Senator Noel. Thank you, Deputy President. Since this Honorable Senator mentioned in terms of following the protocols to restart school and so on, taking into consideration COVID and the costs to reopen, the fact that school was closed for the most part, just in some cases just from 5s and 4s going to school. Any statistics on how much money that was saved during this period since school is not totally operational?
It's not money saved, Senator. It's extra monies that are spent. Teachers still need to be paid, staff still need to be paid, properties need to, school infrastructure needs to be maintained. So whether there's a reduction in water consumption, electricity consumption, sure, but the functioning of the education system, the ministry, the schools, and all the supporting elements around it still have to be paid for. What we have had, and where there would be extra expense, the traditional summer holiday, if you look at our teachers and principals, where they would normally have had some vacation, are all paid for, so the national bill is unchanged. But instead of them having time off over that vacation period, many of them have been working very closely with their principals, with the ministry in terms of putting the preparations in place for the reopening. So there's actually extra work. And then when you factor in all of the cleaning, sanitizing, all of the preparations for the reopening, as I said, $1.9 million, what we're finding is the cost of everything, as static as the world may seem right now, costs are still being are still mounting. So we're not looking at it as savings that can then be put into extra costs, the cost throughout and increased costs.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President, I do have one last question. As it relates to Bishop's College, what plans are currently in place for that? Because I know the refurbishment of the school is scheduled to begin. So what plans are being made for them?
Well, the last report, I think I may have even given the report at the last sitting. Plans were in place in terms of what needs to be done. A contractor had been identified and they were in final stages of contract negotiations for the start of work. So I believe if those contracts have been successfully negotiated, my understanding was work should actually start in the month of August.
Yeah, I'm talking about what accommodations are made for the students and teachers because school will be reopening. So what plans are made?
I don't know the specific information on that because part of the school had already been, was not used. There was temporary accommodation had already been provided and they were working in that, I think, for about the last 2 years. But I can come back with more specific information as to what's going to happen there.
Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the following paper and report be laid on the table. Report of the Public Accounts Committee for the period March 2020.
The report of the Public Accounts Committee for the period March 2020 is now ordered to be laid on the table.
Item 9, petitions. Item 10, government notices. Item 11, unofficial notices. Item 12, questions. Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas debate on the gracious address delivered by Governor-General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 10th Parliament on Friday the 4th of October 2019 was further deferred to a date to be fixed, be it resolved that the said address be further deferred to a date to be fixed. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move an amendment to this motion that would read, be it resolved that the said address be accepted. Mr. Deputy President, the gracious address of the throne speech that was presented at the ceremonial state opening back in October of last year was a precursor for the presentation and debate of the estimate of revenues and expenditure, the budget for 2020. We are now in, that was October, we're now in August. We've had few sittings in this period because of the pandemic, but it is felt that there has been sufficient time for the content of the throne speech to be ventilated. Times have actually moved on since the reading of that throne speech. So not only through the debate for the 2020 budget, but the circumstances around that budget have also been challenged because of COVID. We came back to this House with the COVID stimulus package, budgetary supplemental. We are now, as a government, entering the budget preparation process for 2021. 21. Parliament will shortly be prorogued, and on the the ceremonial state reopening, there will be a new throne speech presented, which will outline government's intentions for the period ahead. So because of the time that has passed and all that has happened since then, where we are right now, I believe it's time to remove this motion from the order paper, which is why I proposed the amendment that for it to be resolved that the address be accepted.
Honourable members, the Leader of Government's Business, the motion standing in his name is that whereas the debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the third session of the 10th Parliament on Friday, the 4th October 2019, was further deferred to a date to be fixed, be it resolved now in the amendment that the address be now accepted. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, I think the ayes have it. The motion stands confirmed.
Thank you, Senator Diani.
Item 15, bills.
Just before we get to bills, I was out when there were personal explanations to announce that Senator the Honorable Kim George did send a note indicating that she had some urgent legal business to attend to, which did not make it possible for her to attend. So just to let the members of the Senate know that she has submitted an excuse of absence, and that excuse of absence be noted in the records. Thank you. You are now at item number 10. Sorry, number 15, you were bills. Oh yeah, motions were just completed. Yeah. Bills. So who is piloting this bill? Yeah, bills. And the Honorable Nolan Cox, you are piloting the Predial larceny bill. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020.
An act to amend the Predial Larceny Act, Cap 250, shortly entitled Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders be suspended to enable this bill, the Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020, to be taken through all of the stages at this sitting of the House. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary view say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. President, this bill, the Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020, seeks to amend the Predial Larceny Act, Cap 250, to make provision for the classification of soursop as a specially protected produce. 1, 2, to create a license regime under the Act. 3, to establish a Predial Larceny Management Unit, and to make provision for the appointment or delegation of a Predial Larceny Committee. Mr. President, this bill contains 13 clauses, but before I go into the contents of the bill, Mr. President, I believe it would be important for me to just give some context, background as to why this amendment is brought before this House today, and for members to get an understanding the importance of this important bill before us. Mr. President, and we can go back and looking at how agriculture has evolved in Grenada. Some decades ago, persons will grow crops, fruits, vegetables, not with much effort or interest in terms of from a commercial standpoint. And so you find that persons would have good crops just lying around, fruits just lying around, not doing anything with it. And sometimes community members will probably go pick up, take what they want, use what they want. But as the time continues to change and the demand for produce continue to increase, and they're seeing an opportunity for livelihoods to be generated from agriculture in that sense, then you find that the issue of Predial larceny, the pilfering of agricultural produce, became a central issue for persons who are now looking at farming as a livelihood initiative. And so this has a lot of history. It's a major problem, not only in Grenada, but throughout the region, the Caribbean region in particular. The issue of Predial larceny has been a chronic problem. The ministry has made a number of efforts, have engaged in a number of initiatives to see how this problem can be eliminated or reduced to some extent. Mr. President, some of those initiatives that the ministry would have engaged in to bring some comfort to farmers who are grieved by this, with working with the Royal Greater Police Force, would have seen that special accommodation have been made for an office for the Predial larceny to be established within the police stations, vehicle for doing surveillance that would have been made available for the police for specific for Predial larceny initiatives. An advisory body for Predial larceny would have been so established as well, Mr. President. Devices, computers, a number of critical equipments would have been made available for persons working within that unit. Mr. President, a case management software, have also been procured and used that to track Predial larceny offenses. Also procurement of special equipment, clothing for the Predial larceny unit, procurement of the use of incorporation of technology by way of cameras and special detectors have now been made afforded to the farmers. They were made available to them at cost price. So the ministry, the government have took the initiative to purchase those, and the farmer will pay for it, but at cost price. So they can pay by installment. Mr. President, also the establishment of a hotline for Predial larceny reports that have also been done, and of course a campaign, educational campaign in terms of the Predial larceny and the awareness, raising awareness. So those are some of the primary initiatives that the ministry would have embarked on to address Predial larceny in Grenada. By way of stats, Mr. President, we see in 2018, we had 403 reported cases of Predial larceny. In 2019, we had an increase in the reported cases to 438. Those increases can either reflect, one, that more reporting has been done now, more awareness has been raised, as well as it can be an increase in actual pilfering. But Mr. President, we believe that the initiatives that have been put in place in terms of the awareness, the education, and of course, for persons to report more easily and quickly, I think that in itself would have lent itself to more reporting, and persons know that they can get redress in that regard. So, Mr. President, this is very important for us to understand what is taking place in the sector. But, Mr. President, it is also believed that Predial larceny is one of the most significant contributor to persons being not interested in investing in agriculture. Mr. President, one of the worst experiences you could ever have is to go to bed in the night and then you wake up in the morning and your produce, a significant portion of your produce have already been harvested without your knowledge, and in some cases sold. And you have somebody benefiting from your labor. I think that is one of the, anything second to that is from a character standpoint, is your crops being destroyed by animals while you sleep when you wake in the morning. That could be very, 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 very difficult to deal with. I have seen persons found themselves in a lot of trouble responding violently to Predial larceny, Mr. President. It is something that we have to try and fix. We have to continue to work, because what we understand is that, and one of the reasons why it is very difficult to manage is that persons, it is so easy for somebody to just go and pick your produce and go with it. And the challenge with it is that it's difficult for the farmer to identify, to say that that mango is mine. What is on the mango for you to say that that is your mango? And that is where the challenge is. And the whole idea of this bill is to put structures in place, measures in place, to see how we can tighten that aspect of it, so persons cannot easily get away with stealing somebody's produce and selling it on the market. So that is one of the inherent weaknesses that is there, is how can a farmer identify whatever produce that he has, so for him to say that, look, this is mine. Where is the evidence? How can you do that? And that's one of the challenge. Cantaloupe, watermelon. How do you say that? How do you say that it came from your garden, Mr. President, as against come from mine? That is where the challenge is. And so we're looking at ways how to address that through this bill, Mr. President. And as we go forward, there are always going to be avenues for improving this legislation so that we can work with our farmers to ensure that they get money for the efforts that they put in. Mr. President, one of the things that we recognize, even from the regional standpoint, more than 98% of all farmers are affected by Predial larceny. So this is something that is very, very dear to farmers, and we have to find a way to address this as we move forward, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, it's within this context that we present this amendment, this Predial larceny amendment bill. And as we go through, you'll recognize some of the changes that we are advocating. And a lot of this, what is here also, Mr. President, is in part in consultation with the Predial larceny unit. They are the ones who are actually working with farmers and have an understanding and appreciation of what is taking place on the ground. And so they too were critical in terms of the contents of this bill before us. Mr. President, if I should go now to the bill in question, and we can look at first clause 2, which speaks to the definitions in terms of the committee, a license. And if you notice, Mr. President, Stewardship, for the first time, we have created a facility where that we have put in crops as specially protected produce. And the first time that has been done is through this amendment, Mr. President, by placing Stewardship on that list. And for obvious reasons, Stewardship, Grenada is the only country that can export fresh produce, while other countries are only allowed pulp. Grenada is the one that is allowed to do fresh produce, fresh fruit, Stewardship export to the United States. Mr. President, that's a significant, important commodity for us right now, and as such we believe that this amendment is one that is showing, is reflecting how serious that this is to us. So we are putting it in under special protection in this regard, Mr. President. Mr. President, clause 3, this speaks to the insertion of a new section, sections 2A to 2M of the Principal Act. Mr. President, we'll take some time and go through, touch on some of the clauses that I think is critical to highlight in terms of the integrity of this bill. Mr. President, under clause 3, 2C, the Predial larceny Management Committee. Mr. President, this clause, looking at subsection A, indicate that the minister shall appoint a Predial larceny Management Committee in the accordance of Schedule 3. And B, to delegate an existing committee or body as a Predial larceny Management Committee. Mr. President, this is critical because this makes allowance for existing committees. So what the bill is saying is that if there are committees that currently exist, that have the capacity to function as a Predial larceny Management Committee, this bill so allows for that to happen. So you don't destroy something that may be working, but you put in the context of the law and giving that committee now the legal authority to operate, which wasn't there before previously, Mr. President. I think this is significant. Mr. President, in looking at 2D under clause 5, Mr. President, we speak to the licensing, mandatory licensing. No person shall carry on the trade or business of buying, selling, exporting, conveying, or otherwise dealing in specially protected produce of a weight of 15 pounds or more without first obtaining a license granted by the minister. So this is new, Mr. President, for persons now to engage in the selling, exporting, buying of so they will have to get a license. This never existed before, and we believe that doing this will allow for tightening in terms of being able to cut out persons just going and pick up somebody's sauce up and go and pass it off as this. Mr. President, what is important to note, under 2E, the licensing is under 3 separate categories. And the first license, 2E, subsection A speaks to, subsection 1A speaks to a trader's license. And if I should read, Mr. President, a trader's license to authorize a person to carry on the trade or business of buying and selling or buying and exporting specially protected produce for use on specified premises. So this license basically speaks to somebody having have buying and selling taking place, like for example, in the case of marketing board, they would have a license to sell, buy and sell on their premises. So this license speaks to premises. B, subsection 1B, Mr. President, a traveler's license to authorize a person to buy any specially protected produce at any place other than premises for which that person holds a license. So this again, so if somebody cannot just go and say, look, I'm coming to buy on behalf of a person or buy on behalf of that person, they too must have a license to go and buy on behalf of that premise. So that is another important category in terms of licensing. Mr. President, 1C speaks to a carrier's license, all right, to authorize a person or his or her servant or agent to convey any specially protected produce in the vehicle along a public road. For example, if the police were to stop somebody who have sauce up on their vehicle, they must have a license. So nobody just can't say, well, I will take a sauce up into town for you. They would, in effect, would be committing an offense if they do not have a license to carry that also from one farm or either to the airport for export. So that is the nature in which the licensing regime is set up, Mr. President, to try to carve a section or to ensure that we check everything. So nobody cannot go and buy on behalf of somebody unless they have that license. Nobody cannot carry the produce unless they have a license to carry it as well. So, Mr. President, I think this is a significant amendment to the Act that will help tighten the issue of Predial larceny. Mr. President, I think that while this speaks specifically to source up, there might be an avenue, an opportunity going forward for us to apply a number for the produce under this regime, Mr. President. Mr. President, the applications, we got 2F, the applications for license, Mr. President. This allows that a person can make applications for a license. 2F1, subsection 1, a person may apply to the minister through the Predial larceny management unit for a license under section 2E to authorize the person to carry on the trade or business of buying or selling, exporting or conveying specially protected produce. So, Mr. President, there is also an avenue for this, so that persons who are involved in the source of production and trade can apply for a license, Mr. President. Mr. President, another critical area in terms of monitoring this to make sure that there is, to eliminate the issue of fraud and doing things in a legal way. Under same clause, section 2J, subsection 1, change of circumstance. This, Mr. President, is a very critical amendment, and it reads, where the minister has granted a license and there has been a change with respect to any information provided for the purposes of the grant of the licensee shall no later than 7 days following the occurrence of the change notify the Predial larceny management unit of the change of circumstance in the prescribed form. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable to a fine of $20,000. Mr. President, I think this is significant, this is critical, in the sense that somebody may try to vary the information, maybe voluntary or involuntary. There might be a change in address, a change in premises, maybe the vehicle that you put up for the license to carry the produce, you may have changed your vehicle. Whatever information that speaks to the license that you receive, any change in those information, you must notify the Predial larceny management unit within 7 days of that change, so that your license information can be updated. Failure to do such is considered a breach and an offense, and you are liable to summary conviction to a fine of $20,000. Mr. President, I think this is very critical in terms of making sure that person understand the seriousness of this license under this act, Mr. President. Mr. President, Section 2L speaks of lapse of license, and just to indicate that someone's license may be considered lapse if the individual dies or the individual is a judge, bankrupt, or gone out of business also, Mr. President. So that allows for that, in that case, in terms of a license being lapsed. If somebody goes into liquidation, whichever way, Mr. President. So this bill speaks to that as well. Mr. President, another critical amendment to Clause 5, under Clause 5, amendment to subsection 6 of the Principal Act. And this is basically repealing the entire section of the Principal Act and substituting, therefore, for the following new section, which heads the dishonestly receiving and disposing of Predial larceny produce. Mr. President, this is a very critical amendment to sustain the integrity of what we're trying to do with this Predial larceny response in Grenada. Mr. President, and if I can read section 6.1, whoever dishonestly receives or unlawfully obtains any tree, plant, root, fruit, vegetable, or other produce which is used or is capable of being used, whether after treatment or otherwise, as food or as an ingredient in food for man or beast, knowing or in circumstances in which he or she ought to know the same to have been stolen or unlawfully obtained, shall be guilty of an offense in this act. Mr. President, so that speaks to persons who knowingly would take a produce. You know that the guy doesn't have a farm. He have an uncle and know it, but he bringing sauce up for you. I mean, that is what we're talking about. So you go and you take this produce from him and you go in and sell it. That definitely, Mr. President, we cannot allow that, because you're basically eating and abetting a crime in that regard, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to move on to another important section which deals with restitution, because, you know, the person who is aggrieved in this process, the farmer who has lost his produce, I think some redress must be afforded to him or her in this regard, Mr. President, and this section, restitution, speaks to that. And if I should read section 10b, 1, subsection 1, notwithstanding subsection 10a, where any person is convicted of an offense pursuant to this act, the court may order the delivery of any agricultural produce or vehicle or other conveyance seized in relation to the offense to the person who appears to be entitled to the same. So this basically affords an opportunity for the court to direct back what was stolen to those persons once that can be proven, Mr. President. Mr. President, so I think that is critical. Mr. President, this act also, just want to also just touch on two more sections. 10C, Mr. President, which speaks to the sale or disposal of and compensation for perishable agricultural produce. Mr. President, this is a very important section, and this speaks to how produce should be treated in terms of what is seized and how it should be disposed of. Mr. President, 10C1, notwithstanding section 10A, where agricultural produce is seized, the member of the police force royal constable, or person designated in making the arrest shall deliver the agricultural produce to the commander of the police station, who shall subject to subsection 2, yes, all right, preserve the agricultural produce for the purposes of trial of an offense where the agricultural produce is likely to perish before trial of the offense. The commander of the police station shall sell it, or if a sale cannot be conducted, shall dispose of it in any manner as he or she sees fit. Mr. President, this is a very important amendment. Mr. President, it is important to note that in section 2, make reference to section 2, where the offense referred to in subsection 1 is to be tried, the commander of the police station shall deliver to the clerk of court the certificate containing the information in the quantity of produce, where it is sold, the amount realized from the sale. Also, all that should be disclosed thereof to the court. So in this case, Mr. President, while the law allows for the police to dispose of the produce, records, clear, precise, and true records must be submitted to the court as to what the contents of the produce, what was sold, such evidence, who it was sold to, and how much it was sold for, Mr. President. So this, in a sense, the court is basically full in part with this section in terms of ensuring that the produce is disposed of, but ensuring that records of that disposal of the produce is true and proper in the eyes of the court and, of course, the persons who are before the court for such judgment. Mr. President, I want to speak to the last amendment to the Principal Act, Section 12 of the Principal Act. It's an important amendment as well. Basically looking at the issue of registration identification card. The previous, the Principal Act did not have sufficient coverage in this regard, and this amendment speaks to identification, persons having identification card to present to the police and things like that. So if you don't have that card with you when you are stopped, the police may, it's just like a driver's license, may, it is constituted to be an offense that you should carry that which you want to carry in the produce, that's specially protected produce. So, Mr. President, if I could just quickly mention the compensation under the Schedule 3, basically covers the composition of the Predial larceny management unit. And if you notice, Mr. President, if we can go through who are part and parcel of that Predial larceny unit, I think that it is this all good and well in terms of the integrity of this committee, this unit. You have the coordinator of the unit, who shall be a senior extension officer within the Ministry of Agriculture, a Predial larceny liaison officer, who shall be a senior police officer assigned from the Royal Grenada Police Force, a farmer's registration officer within the ministry, a public relations officer within the ministry, a pest management officer, who shall be a senior plant quarantine officer within the ministry, Mr. President. So those are the areas in which persons for the unit. When it comes to the composition of the committee, the management committee, Mr. President, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, his or her nominee or his or her nominee shall be the chairperson of that management committee. A representative from the Farmers Association will be on the management committee as well. A representative from the Bureau of Standards, there shall be a senior member of staff on that committee, a plant quarantine officer from the Ministry of Agriculture, a representative from the Ministry of Trade, a senior trade officer shall be on that committee, the chief extension officer shall be on that committee, and a Predial larceny officer who shall be a senior police officer will be on the management committee. Mr. President, this committee seems very sound, very, very, very sound, and I just want to make mention that this bill provides a very good platform for going forward in terms of the management and the curtailing of Predial larceny within the context of agriculture in Grenada. So, Mr. President, this presentation, I want to commend the bill, Predial larceny Amendment Bill 2020, for its second reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support the bill, which is late in coming, I should say, but it is here, and we'll deal with it. This bill has very important parts that I would like to address individually. Before going into that, I'd like to just make some preliminary statement with regards to Predial larceny. Predial larceny has always been a threat to the livelihood of farmers and the industry itself. We have seen, for example, in this COVID period, it presents an opportunity for people to get into agriculture. And what we are seeing, and it's very important here, what we are seeing is the type of persons that are being attracted to agriculture now are different to those who have been there all the time. Those who are coming into agriculture now are risk takers. They are aggressive persons, they are youth, they have the knowledge, the connection for financing, and those things like that. Whereas those who have been there all the time are they avert risk. They try to be careful because they don't have this sort of resources to keep them going. But what is happening in the industry right now with regards to Predial larceny and soursop in particular, soursop offers the opportunity to earn a substantial amount of money if it is done properly. But it also, as a result of Predial larceny, to have tremendous losses. And that is causing a push. It is pushing away our potential investors, all right? Although the value or the potential to make money is pulling them into it. But when they hear the stories of what is happening with Predial larceny, it is pushing them out. So this bill, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, is to me an opportunity to have the investors coming into because they are protected. They know that the investment are protected. I listened to the presentation in the lower house, and I heard that a farmer had to sleep in his field, in his van, as a result to protect his crops. Mr. President, I mean, can you imagine? You work all day, and in the night you have to go and sleep in your vehicle to protect your crop. So these are the difficulties that the farmers have to face. And in fact, I was reading recently a document, and it said sleep is a non-negotiable biological activity. Non-negotiable. You can't say you don't want to sleep, and if you say you don't want to sleep and so on, it's going to affect you. And in fact, that particular bit of information was linked to, says that if you don't sleep at least 6 hours, and when you look at the literature, you will see 6 hours, 8 hours, those different hours. But what happens is that if you don't sleep for a particular amount of hours, it would affect you and give you dementia and Alzheimer's. So you have this lack of sleep is associated with this. So Mr. President, can you imagine you asking or you encouraging young people, or not only young people, people who have gone through the cycle and decide to be investors in agriculture, because a significant amount of persons today are now, when I say significant amount of persons, are entering into agriculture because they see agriculture as an opportunity. Here we're talking about soursop, but we can also talk about poultry and other things like that. And we have to protect these people, these investors, not these people, these investors from tremendous losses. So I see this bill playing a role in attracting or providing that coverage for new investors to enter into into the sector. The bill provides the framework for a management system that I think is laudable. The management unit, the management committee, which is well staffed. And in fact, you see people like the permanent secretary, a senior police officer, and those persons like that who would be there to provide the leadership for this bill. But Mr. President, I have some concerns. Yes, you are putting in the chief extension officer, the pest management unit. It calls for these people to be in that meeting at least 2 or 3 times per month. And these same people would have to be on the docks twice per week. And when you look at the manpower in the ministry, say, but where would all these people come from? So yes, it looks good on paper, but my question is, do you have the resources, manpower resources, to make those management structure workable? So I have my doubts, and I am going to still err on the fact that it will work, because I really, really want it to work for our farming community. And there are some other things that I haven't seen in the amendment. Well, I guess it can be developed later on. Is the surveillance. I would like to see or hear something about surveillance. We talk about cameras. We talk about, a software? Case management software and all these things, this high tech. But to me, and my experience, Mr. President, nothing works better than boots on the ground. And I see that, I've seen it there. In the St. John's Parish Predial larceny team was lauded as the best, because they had they had a vehicle, they had rural constables, and sometimes I'm in my field, and doing something, and then 2, 3 persons behind my back. This easy, they sneak up on me, and that's what is needed in the day and in the night. Of course, all the other things like the licensing regime is one that, well, obviously it's good. The traders, the transporters, that's extremely important. The power to stop, the power to search, and the power to demand those licenses would obviously make for an efficient system of monitoring Predial larceny. Mr. President, I also want to address as one of the things that I would like to hear a little bit more of is the Predial larceny court. My predecessor has always asked for that, to have a Predial larceny court, because it is a deterrent. The senator who presented Senator Cox, who presented the document, said that 98% of all farmers are affected with Predial larceny. That's a significant amount. It means that everybody out there affected with Predial larceny. And it can be a few pounds, or it can be hundreds of pounds. Once that farmer is affected, and he says, okay, I will pursue this person in court. And you go to court, the first day, it's called off. The second day, it's called off. Well, I'm speaking about myself. The third day is called off. The fourth day, when I went, I said, well, listen, just drop the charges. So you find that a number of farmers are now dropping the charges because of the inefficiency of the system to respond to the charges. It is not that you are not identifying the persons. But getting redress for the crime is a problem. And you give up. So you see, you are giving up on all these things. You are giving up on your sleep. You are giving up on your produce. And it becomes more and more difficult for you to engage in your business. So, Mr. President, once we can address these little things, and I have the confidence that we will, this bill can make a significant difference in the status of agriculture. Because when we look at the figures for soursop exportation, the value, right, it is significant. And if you have soursop as a protected commodity that is again protected by this law here, we can do a significant amount. So, Mr. President, as a result of this, I stand here to support the bill and to hope that these little nuts would be put in place and to get this system going. So I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Senator Noel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to support share the same sentiments like Senator Campbell in supporting the bill. I myself is a registered farmer, and I'm always in the land when I'm not here. The only thing in comparison to Mr. Senator Campbell, been in the lands all the time, I haven't seen the Predial larceny guys coming on my back. And so I'm hoping that the powers maybe take that into consideration, because I live in a highly agricultural area in St. Andrews, Maribor, and these areas, and so on. To an extent, the whole of St. Andrews is an agricultural belt with nutmegs and all different types of crop. So I support the bill, and as a farmer myself, I know all the trouble that goes into it, because not just talking about the manpower, but the expenses, because farming is an expensive thing. And there are times, in some cases, depending on the variety of plants you may try to plant, the seeds alone sometimes cost over $500 a tin. So it is an expensive venture. Trees, again, buying a couple of trees, like one tree, depends on if you're planting tomato and so on. Minimum might be $45 for a tree of tomato. And this is the cheaper kind.
The plastic tray?
Plastic tray,
$45?
Yeah, with 128 plants in that tree. And then you have farmers who are planting about 20 trees, and in some cases 30 trees. So if they lose all of that, that is just to tell you the expenses and so on in how much they are losing, you know, as far as the expenses goes. And then the labor and so on, they themselves would have to do some of the work. And in some cases, they would hire people as well, because the farmer is an independent, economically independent individual that employs people, which is a good thing, which the government doesn't have to worry about. And the physical labor that goes into it. So all this, because the fact that I'm a farmer myself, I understand all the difficulties in losing, you know, and so on. And having to deal with the harsh conditions and so on. Imagine you're in the hot sun every day and so on, and some cases in the rain and so on, exposure to the different elements and so on. So I understand how difficult it is and so on. So hence the reason why I'm glad to support a bill such as this one. But the other thing is you have people coming into your property and stealing. But what is even worse, Mr. President, is when you employ people. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be the permanent workers that work with you. But you may see a guy here and there that begging for a little job now and again. And sometimes you have to hesitate. You have to hesitate whether you should or not. But at times you try to help people out. So in the event of helping people out and you give them a day or 2 days work, sometimes the same people go back in the land and steal from you and so on. And these are things that I think some of these things are happening too on a regular basis. In my view, I think people like that should feel the full brunt of the law, especially when you try to help somebody out and then they come back and steal from you again. So here it is. The fact that I'm a musician myself, that every time I think about Predial, larceny and stealing and so on, it makes me think about one of my favorite Jamaican artists, Anthony B, which has a song, the chorus goes like, nobody want to plant the corn, nobody want to raid the barn, who you are going to blame it on, when it's the next man you are depend upon, well, you're on. Well, of course, that's the Jamaican dialect. But he's actually speaking about people taking advantage or exploiting your labors and your expenses and all the work that you put into this thing. So I understand the pain myself, like I said. I look at clause 4, which says it provides for amendment to section 5 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty of the offense of damage to produce. I'm happy to see that the penalties increased there, because there are a lot of times I've noticed, I've seen on the television as well on the news, there are some people that just go in your plantation for just mischief and spiteful. The fact that you have been successful and doing well, and some people just want to upset your operation. And they're not trying to steal, but they just go and cut up your melons. I've seen it lately. For no reason at all. Yeah, it's a serious thing. So because of jealousy, jealousy or success or whatever the case is, but imagine you're working hard and trying to make ends meet, in progressing, trying to progress, and people just come in and destroy your thing, not even stealing, but just destroying. So I'm happy to see that there, clause 4, with the penalties increased there. Clause 5 provides for the amendment to section 6 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of dishonestly receiving Predial larceny produce there. Again, that is a good thing. The fact, because I believe there are some people who actually survive or live on acquiring stolen goods, and they make it like almost like a livelihood. And when they do that, things like that are contributing significantly to Predial larceny. So I'm happy to see that dishonestly receiving Predial larceny produce, that this thing is increased as well. Such people should encourage Predial larceny significantly. Right, this would actually discourage people from stealing, I believe. Once, it reminds me, like this same saying that they say the upholder is worse than the thief. And it reminds me of living in the United States for a little while. The system there is different, the police system, where the police officers would dress in plain clothes and even entice you to buy stolen goods, but letting you know that it's a cheaper deal and it's less money. And some people go ahead and take the chance. But in these cases, these things actually is preventative methods to prevent people, because they're knowing that you will get caught. There are people who went along and get involved in it and they get caught right away. Under the pretense they let you know, listen, this is stolen and so on, but they're working undercover. In our system, police system, I think the system is different, so this doesn't apply here, but this is a good thing, preventative measures, something. Mm-hmm.
Oh, entrapment, yeah. Mr. President? Yes, I believe that's what the Senator was describing.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. All right. Can't people. Mm-hmm.
Be dishonest and to steal.
Yeah.
Close to this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because I think it's a good deterrent. in United States that happens. It doesn't happen in our society. So people knowing that you see somebody down the street and they're selling something, they just go ahead and buy it, knowing that they wouldn't get caught or anything like that. And in our society, this doesn't really happen. Again, it provides for amendment to Section 8 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of vagrancy in respect to Predial larceny. That again, people coming around your property with the intention and so on to steal your produce and so on is a serious issue. But all in all, Mr. President, if this bill is intended to boost the increase of the production of source, I don't think he would do that much. People will still continue to steal and so on and that type of thing. So I believe that the government needs to come up with and formulate some policy in order to increase the production, whether by planting, allocating special lands and so on for that reason, subsidies and so on for farmers, so that farmers could get involved in the production of soursop. But not only soursop, also things like carrots and so on, because as far as I understand it, the millions of dollars that are spent on an annual basis importing things like carrots as well. So this could be something to be considered. The majority of carrots that we consume here is imported, where farmers here could be grown here locally and encouraged, where we could save millions of dollars, especially in this time now where COVID is concerned. Also, I was made available to me that there was once upon a time there was a Predial larceny fund available. I understand the senator spoke about compensation and so on in some areas, but in regards to when the produce is destroyed and so on, when the produce is destroyed, the farmer gets nothing back. I'm seeing that $1.3 million investment for agriculture of it, and I'm hoping that some of these monies may go towards a Predial larceny fund in the case where the produce is destroyed, that the farmer could be compensated. Because like as I mentioned earlier on, in some cases the expense is very great, the labor put into it and so on, and the time and effort and so on. So these are some of the things, and again, I would like to see probably nutmeg, the production of nutmeg itself, be included in this special bills, especially where the penalties is concerned. Because we're talking about green gold now, because it's this fact that is a new thing with the soursop. But traditionally we know that nutmeg, or we call it, or we consider it all black gold. And I would like to see some protection towards the nutmeg, similar to what I'm seeing here, towards the soursop, and so on. And the only other issue that I have, Mr. President, in terms of sometimes I see in most cases I saw the minister there. I would probably prefer in some cases to see the chief agricultural officer being responsible in some cases. Kind of don't like to see too much politics involved. We live in a highly politicized society, one side here and one side there. In order for transparency and so on, I would prefer that a public servant take the lead in some of these roles and so on, so that not much politics involved and so on, and people would feel better about it, that type of thing. So this is all I have to say on the bill, and I support it, and I hope that we are not just talking, but that we go ahead and implement these things, because of the fact that we understand COVID now and agriculture is of very importance right now, and we're not just talking about a Predial larceny bill to make people feel that we are taking agriculture serious, but I hope that we go along and implement this thing with haste, because people are losing and farmers get great loss, suffering great loss and so on, like the mentioned 98% or something of the sort. So I just hope that this bill we expedite it and pass a bill to protect the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Terry Noel. And you have a duty there as well. Meaning you can monitor the implementation, there are committees to be formed, there are management groups to be formed, so you can seek questions, and you don't have to wait until the sitting of the Senate. You can simply write the Minister of Agriculture and say, well, in accordance with this bill which was approved in the Senate, these things are supposed to be done. Could you give an indication of, has the committee been formed? Who sits on the committee? When is it due to meet? Is there going to be a public hearing? So there's work for you there to do too. All right, so as I said, being in the Senate is really just not a pleasure craft. It is, if you take it seriously, you can get a lot done. And it's your self-interest. After all, you're a farmer. Yes, and maybe you may discover the fellows will be behind your back when you're next in the field, because you have your sights on them for performance, so they may show up in your field. So think about it. Yes. Senator Judd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the amendment to the bill. I believe, and I'm very sure that many will agree with me, that some of these amendments are long overdue. Nevertheless, this bill and its amendments are welcome, and I'm certain that the farmers will be extremely happy. Mr. President, this bill is a clear indication of the government's continued effort to curb Predial larceny and to protect our farmers. Earlier this year, as explained by the Honorable Senator Nolan Cox, the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands, together with the Royal Grenada Police Force, launched the 24-hour Predial larceny hotline to serve our local farmers. Mr. President, Predial larceny is one of the great plague that is affecting our farmers. It is no longer viewed as a petty crime, but one of the most pervasive and entrenched crime affecting business, livelihood, and Mr. President, according to the food and according to FAO, the only crime in the region that are consistently noticed to have an upward trend. If you look at Grenada statistics, it was also quoted by the Honorable Senator. In 2018, you had 403 reported cases, and in 2019, you had 438 reported cases, an increase of 8.7%. This practice is negatively impacting the development of the agriculture sector, as farmers are losing thousands of dollars in produce. The crime has the potential of high cost to welfare in farming communities, livelihood, household, food security, thus making Predial larceny the single greatest disincentive to investment in the sector. Mr. President, I've heard so much talk over the last couple of days, especially maybe Monday night and Tuesday, of not much is being done for the agricultural sector. But Mr. President, I'm hoping that after today that some people would notice that some of the effort that we are making to protect farmers, to protect their livelihood, and also contribute to the larger picture of food security. So in looking at the bill, the insertion of the new section of 2A to 2M to the Principal Act is very critical in counteracting Predial larceny. The special unit established to design and review policies to address the plaguing crime. Usually, Mr. President, I know of situations that we usually make policies, but sometimes we don't seriously do an assessment on the effectiveness of these policies. And given the unit that sort of responsibility to ensure that they can make that sort of assessment on the effectiveness of those policies that we pass to put, or that will be implemented to protect farmers, I think this is commendable, Mr. President, because we need to ensure that our policies that we are implementing are very effective, and given that unit that power, and also the power to also make recommendations so that to ensure that we continue to have a very effective system in solving the problem. Mr. President, collection of data, another responsibility that the unit has. This is very much important. I think one of the fundamental problems that we have here in, especially a small island developing states, is that there's sometimes very little data to be found on things. And I think the scientific approach in sometimes guiding the response is sometimes not there because you do not have that data. So it's important to collect the data and to understand, one, maybe the type of produce that is highly affected due to Predial larceny, where it's most likely occurring. I mean, I think this data should be readily available now. And what this will do, Mr. President, is also help with your response plan and your responsiveness to the issues. 2B, as well dealing with the functions of that unit, Mr. President. The developing of the anti-Predial larceny programs geared towards public awareness and education. Another important function. Mr. President, I believe it's not just about this piece of legislation, but it's also about the wider community understanding the fundamental role that they have in ensuring that this does not happen. And education and awareness plays a critical role in doing that. I don't think people may understand the great amount or loss probably as a country that we probably are losing through Predial larceny and how it's affecting food security. And I think it's important that that information be compiled and put together and be disseminated to the public and let people have a much more involved role in mitigating this. This will also lessen the want of work on the task force and the police and make people feel a sense of involvement in the process. I think the public education process, Mr. President, is a very important process because usually you pass legislation or you have unit established and people don't know anything about it. Today we will pass this and maybe a few farmers may hear about it, but it's important that we have a proper educational system using not just the traditional medium, but the Facebook or the trending mediums, and also to reach younger farmers as well. So I think, and as I mentioned, to engage the larger community. But Mr. President, on this note, I also have a recommendation. I also believe while we do that, and with the great intent to mitigate against Predial larceny and to protect our farmers and the produce, Mr. President, we have to ensure that the unit has the resources that is necessary to do their work. Else, Mr. President, what will happen if it just seems as a great idea on paper and you will not have the result, the desired result. So it's important that we, whether it be budgetary support, whether it be the capital, the human capital, we have to ensure that the resources is there so that they can do their duties. Mr. President, the addition of sauerkraut as a specially protected produce is also highly welcome. And again, long overdue. Grenada, the only country that can export sauerkraut fresh in fresh form to the U.S. market. Mr. President, that's a growing market. And you've seen more and more people getting involved in the sector. And that is good. As more and more people get involved in the sector, there's more reasons that you need to protect it because, Mr. President, you don't want a situation. And I think we need to speak about the standards, the quality standards of those produce that we exported, because it could be a simple situation that you could lose the market. And you don't want that. So, yes, we're ensuring that we protect against the Predial larceny, but we have to ensure that we protect the market, and that as well is very important. So I commend the fact that we added sauerkraut as a specially protected produce. I just have one other concern, which I think was highlighted by the Honorable Senator who represent these constituents, the agriculture, the farmers. The appeal process, Mr. President, in case that someone may be unfairly dealt with in the issuance of the license. Mr. President, I know the situation with the appeal court, Mr. President, but I would like to see a swifter process. I mean, we don't want the situation that this court system sometimes takes long, months, years. And if I feel that I'm unfairly dealt with, and I depend on this for my livelihood, and I have to wait months or years for a response, Mr. President, that can severely impact me economically. So I'm hoping maybe, whether it be through the court system, that maybe there could be some special process for people deal with this set of, to get redress in the event that they feel that they're unfairly dealt with. But all in all, Mr. President, the bill is a great bill, and I'm happy that we are making this sort of advancement in the field, in the agricultural sector. I know farmers who welcome this bill, and I know a lot of young farmers who definitely welcome, because it's very frustrating knowing that you put so much emphasis, so much time and effort into, and then you cannot sometimes benefit from the reward of your labor. And you know, sometimes you're having the discussions with farmers, and sometimes you hear this frustration to the point that some people literally want to commit the act of violence, and if they get to hold any of these individuals that is thieving their produce. In fact, my father is a farmer, and I remember he losing hundreds of pounds of sauce up. And sometimes, I mean, I have to say, Daddy, don't do this, you know, because his thinking is what he will want to do if he gets to, if he got one of those thieves. So, Mr. President, I'm happy that we put in stronger, we are having stricter penalties, and I'm happy that we are putting the measures and structures in place to ensure that we have a very efficient process and that we represent and serve the farmers in the fullest capacity and protect the industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Making his contribution, something came across my mind. And that has to do, his concern about the efficiency with which the court can deal with appeal matters if someone believes that an application for a license was not fairly dealt with. And Senator Williams, you may be able to say something about this. In the trade union field to which I am most familiar, there are two paths that one can go. One can go, the Act allows for the setting up of a tribunal, which resolves disputes. So you can go by way of a tribunal, or you could go by way of wrongful dismissal, which then is based a lot on common law and all of those principles. And if you go by way of the unfair dismissal route, then you go to a tribunal which does not take you. I mean, the court at some point can still intervene and to review the conduct of any quasi judicial. So I'm thinking, just as the senator spoke, whether or not some provision subsequently could be made for a special tribunal to be set up, and you could name the sources from which the persons can come. You could say, well, one must be a lawyer, another must be an outstanding farmer, well established, another maybe an agricultural economist, that can be put together very quickly so that an appeal can be heard, rather than, because our court system is already so overwhelmed and flooded with so many matters of litigation, and the process is so slow, you know. So I would like to hear your thoughts, and maybe you could discuss this matter with the leader of government's business. And maybe you can pull in a couple of senators from the other side. Dr. Campbell has a tremendous amount of experience in that, and those ideas, so that maybe a subsequent amendment could be made where rather than have to go all the way to the court, and then you have to hire a lawyer, and you know, you can set up a tribunal where the person who feels aggrieved can come before the tribunal, make a presentation, the tribunal can consider the matter, and then you set out the guidelines there, and can pronounce on whether or not the denial of your application was a fair and valid one. And then if not, you still have a right to go, well, you can't stop the court from intervening where an issue of justice arises. So you can still have the court to review. But some system which doesn't get tied into the legal mechanism that is really so overwhelmed and moves so slowly. Just my idea based on what Senator Khaled was saying. Yes? I missed the flow, so I take the privilege to intervene sometimes in this quarter. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I took your comments as my cue to make my presentation. So I rise to lend my support to the passage of the Predial larceny amendment bill. Mr. President, with regard to your suggestion, I must say that it is one that has some merit, and I assume that what this act contemplates with regard to appeals is the filing of a judicial review claim to review the decision of the committee to refuse a license. And I agree with you that going through the court system can be quite an arduous and time-consuming process, and one that may not produce the redress or the results that the claimant may wish to have in a timely period. So a model similar to that of the tribunal that deals with employment disputes is a very good suggestion and may be able to dispose of these matters in a much quicker time. So, Mr. President, I endorse that suggestion, and I hope that the government, policymakers, and senators will take the opportunity to discuss this further and perhaps propose further amendments to the bill to accommodate that suggestion. But that is one that I will support, Mr. President. And just to make some general remarks now on the bill, I think we all agree that Predial larceny is a hazard to economic sustainability and food security. And this awareness is even more acute in times like these of crisis, where the focus of feeding your country and securing the livelihood of your people, especially your farmers, becomes a priority. But this is an ongoing problem. And in the last 20 years, it has evolved in terms of the frequency of cases and in terms of the volume of produce that is being stolen. Before, Predial larceny largely used to be petty theft to satisfy household food insecurity. But now it has turned into a business enterprise for many people. Many people make their livelihoods preying and benefiting from the hard work of these farmers. And it's even more heartbreaking when you consider that a lot of these farmers are mature individuals or older citizens. And the time and effort and labor would take even more effort on their part because of their age. So this relief that we are trying to provide through this bill, I believe will be greatly appreciated by those farmers. And it will serve as an incentive for our younger farmers who have had to see their parents and grandparents struggle and deal with those problems, and which would have discouraged them from entering into the farming profession. But with this bill, perhaps they can see a ray of hope and a way for them to make a sustainable livelihood without the scourge of Predial larceny or the lessening of it to a certain degree. Mr. President, but this problem is not only on the micro level. Yes, it affects our families and our households, but nationally, statistics from 2015, 2016 shows that 20 to 25% of national production is siphoned off by Predial activities. 20 to 25%, Mr. President. That's a lot of productivity, that's a lot of earnings down the drain. So what we need is a concerted, focused approach to dealing with this problem. And a management unit that is proposed, guided by a Predial larceny management committee, I believe, is the most appropriate structure to address this problem head on, Mr. President. In relation to the point of the macro effects of Predial larceny, I would just like to highlight this one statistic from a regional study that shows that $321 million annually is lost to Predial larceny. That's an estimated 18% of regional export. So this is a huge, pervasive problem. And it's high time that we take the measures to address this problem directly, Mr. President. And that is why I applaud this amendment bill. I just want to touch briefly on the importance of sentencing as a deterrent to crime. Now, there are many objectives for sentencing. One of them is, well, in terms of criminal activity, rehabilitation. But another important objective of sentencing is deterring crime. And I think increasing the penalties for Predial larceny will do just that, Mr. President. We've seen the sentencings increase from 3 to 5 years. We've seen the fines also increase. And I hope this sends a clear message to those persons who are making a business out of robbing others that we are serious about curtailing their activities. We are serious about bringing justice to our hardworking farmers, and we are serious about harnessing the maximum potential of the economic benefits that agriculture brings to our nation. Lastly, Mr. President, this approach comprises different facets. So on one side, we have the strengthening of our security forces. We have a police unit that has been equipped. We have a special hotline that has been set up. But the legislative and policy framework is crucial. And that is where we, the members of parliament, come in. So we are doing a very important job here today, Mr. President, because yes, we may have policies, but yes, we may have procedures, but if there's no basis in the law, then those measures have no teeth. So what we are doing now is arming these institutions, arming these organizations, arming our police force, and giving them the legitimacy and the legislative backing to perform their functions effectively. I know I probably said lastly twice, but for real lastly, I would just like to address one thing that was raised by a member of the House in relation to compensation to the aggrieved. Now, the Act specifically provides for that under sections 10, under sections 10B and 10C. Section 10B speaks to restitution. So where a culprit has been convicted of an offense under the Act, the court is empowered to make an order that the stolen produce or the stolen equipment be restored to the aggrieved farmer. And notwithstanding that power of the court, the aggrieved person also has the ability to make a claim in the court for restitution of the produce and the equipment to him or her. Further, if the produce was disposed of or sold, then that person may also be compensated from the proceeds of that sale, or they can make a claim in court for compensation. So these things are all provided for in this very comprehensive act, Mr. President. And with that, again, I will just like to say that this is a very pertinent and relevant act, and I would like to prefer my support for its passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too want to join my voice in giving full support to the passage of the Predial larceny amendment bill. And to say that the scourge of Predial larceny has been a threat to the sustainability of the agriculture sector in Grenada, and as a matter of fact, around the world, because some farmers, as a result of this scourge, react in ways that sometimes could be very dangerous. Some reduce on the acreage so that they will be able to just provide security for the small pot that they cultivate. Some to undergo or involved in certain practices that could be very dangerous. This bill here today, Mr. President, is a ray of hope, as one member would have said before, and is a response by government to say to farmers, enough is enough. We have to fix this once and for all. And coming from a farming background, agricultural background, I know what this is. You go on to pick up your nutmeg and only to realize that fresh pods that you're seeing on the ground, and you're wondering. And I had to endure this for all my growing-up life, because the nutmeg played a major role in sending us to school and taking care of us. Only to get there and realize somebody would have passed before you. Disappointing you would have failed. But I just think of parents, what it meant to them. But Mr. President, I want to believe that this is coming at the right time to address the scourge and to let farmers know that you don't have to take it into your own hands anymore to involve in practices that could come back to haunt you. I remember one farmer whom I know very well. You lose your crops and the police officers will say to you, well, you need to have evidence that this is your crop that has been stolen and that is your crop here. I said, okay. He took it in his own hands and insert instruments within the produce. And mind you, yes, he was able to identify his produce. Because he said, look, and you're going to find this. And they found it. And only, lo and behold, he was in charge. Because the measures he took to have the evidence could have resulted in the death of others. So it didn't help. But I am happy to say that in the end, and that's where I saw the collaboration of other farmers who stood up and say, no. Yes, it was a wrong method, but we found the culprit. But we should not penalize the gentleman. So there would be no need now to put instruments in produce or to, as people say, poison produce. Because, you know, if your produce has been stolen, there is redress. And through this bill, there will be redress and we can deal with this. But I want to move a little further into suggesting, Mr. President, to effectively tackle the scourge of Predial larceny, there must be collaboration between farmers, retailers, and consumers. Let me say here, the worst part of Predial larceny is when you have farmers preying on and they fellow farmers' crops. Because in so doing, it's sometimes hard to even detect because he's a farmer, she's a farmer, and you may think it came from their field. So we have to deal with that. But retailers always look for a deal. And why not? Last time we were here, we were talking about you have those little corners and tables in the supermarket where you have special deals. And by nature, you're getting something cheaper, you want to go for it. But I agree, it depends. But where someone come with agricultural produce and want to give you a deal, sell it for you at a deal, the retailers sometimes tempted to go for it. And I think here, Mr. President, if we can identify retailers purchasing from suppliers who are not farmers, they should be penalized heavily. Because we have to break the neck of the market. If there is no market, well then we may reduce on people going to prey on other crops. So we have to deal with that. And consumers, not everything cheap might be good for you. But my biggest concern here, Mr. President, is for us, the Ministry of Agriculture, to examine the possibility of producing special receipts or receipt books with security features for traceability at all stages along the value chain to help the Predial larceny task force to verify whether or not the produce in transit is stolen and legally produced. That's something I think the Ministry of Agriculture could look at. So they develop those receipt books and we ask farmers to purchase them at a special fee, of course. But the point here, if you are to sell, the task force could examine your receipts to know that you got it from a legitimate source. We have to find ways to reduce the possibility for the transaction of Predial stuff. We have to. And when we do such, it will, of course, encourage our young people to wanting to go into this noble field. You know, as a young man growing up, I often used to think back of all those snacks and so forth we purchase, be it the potato chips and so on. And I said somewhere in Idaho or in some place in the United States, it's a farmer who produces the potatoes. And the potatoes have been used to make the chips, and we bought it down here. And I was using this plain over in my mind to say, sometimes we see farming as a dirty job. But if those farmers didn't do that, we wouldn't have the chips that we enjoy. And think of the other produce. They all came from the field. Mind you, yesterday I read an article that kind of frightens me. That over in Helsinki, there is this lab that is using water and bacteria to produce flour and other crops, that there will be no need to use the soil again. And the reporter, as the first one being given that opportunity to look at the operation, he said he saw this froth, what we call water, and on water with whatever pollution or so normally will make, as we see, a froth in it. And he said he saw this froth, and this froth being pushed through whatever processing, and this bacteria came out as flour. And he said, well, make me a pancake. And he said, yes, they used the engineered flour and make him a pancake. And said it tastes just like the regular flour pancake. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. But in the meantime, let us ensure that we protect this industry that we have. If that's what's going to happen in the next 50 years or so, so be it. But for now, the industry we have, this is a noble industry, and I want young people to recognize that this is noble. And if we are not able to provide food to feed our people, we will go starving. So it's important, a very important industry. And I remember as a young lad growing up, 4-Hers, and quite a big part of it was the backyard garden and so forth. We need to continue to push this. And my pet subject in this area is, and I've constantly said it, why you find that children, just very small, and they know everything about the KFC and so forth. And they know everything about the fries. And you know what would have happened? Let's look at some of those formulas that we're seeing in those tins, gobbler and so forth. Mashed potatoes, with apple, and so on. And we feed this to our children. And what we have done is develop a taste for those sort of foods. So it's not surprise that they don't like our local golden apples, but they want the American apple. That taste was developed by feeding them those sort of formulas. I remember as a young lad too, seeing my grandmother crushing the blogger with the yellow butter and feeding the child, and I thought it was inhumane. But how you could give him the child's hard food? And not knowing what they were actually doing is developing a taste for our local foods. And I want us in our school feeding programs to ensure that we go back to this and develop the taste for our own local stuff. Some time ago, Mr. President, I went into Martin Board, and there was a lot of what we call sweet yam spoiling. And nobody seems to be buying it. You know why? Because nobody had the taste for the sweet yam. The older folks maybe had it. But all us young people, that wasn't even to us. We have to find a way to ensure our produce is fed to our children so they will develop the taste for it and they'll want it. We have to. Remember those days when our coconut oil was considered to be dangerous? Because somebody wanted to market something else. And what happened? Today they realize coconut oil is a miracle crop, or a miracle food. So the point I'm making, Mr. President, is our local stuff is very healthy. And we will do far better than what we are doing. Of course, we're going to reduce the import bill by having people to eat more of our local stuff. But we will be healthier, much healthier, when we consume more of our local produce. So I welcome this bill because I'm seeing this thing going to expand our agriculture sector in the country, because farmers know when they produce, they will be able to go and harvest and sell and raise income to take care of the family. So I give my full support to the second reading of this bill, or the passing of this bill. Yeah. Do you want to?
Lunch is here. I'm proposing that we go through rather than take a break and then resume. So in as much as we are providing an incentive to farmers by this bill, I'm providing an incentive to the senators that lunch is here. And it ought to be eaten. So there's an incentive.
Well, my suggestion, Mr. President, I think there are still some contributions that want to be made from the other side. We still have the adjournment to go through. My suggestion would be we complete this bill, the adjournment, something else. No?
Well, I'm proposing that we go through and finish, bring the sessions to a close, and then have lunch.
Yeah.
The incentive is, if we're doing that, then we will speed up the process. That's the incentive.
Okay.
So not only are the farmers being incentivized, but the senators are being incentivized to finish the day's proceedings.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator Sincere?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I really appreciate that. I like the incentive that you just gave. So I'm going to be very short. I rise to give my support to the bill. I feel as if Senator Cadet would have read all my thoughts, so I am not going to labor on those. I would just want to highlight in supporting the bill the need for visibility of the Predial larceny officers. I've said before, I live in Pearls, and just down from my house there is a farm there. And so I would have also heard the cries of all the farmers in that area, because Pearls is a farming community. Persons would have personally approached me to speak of, the issues that they would have had with persons coming on to their farms and stealing, and when you're farming in proximity with others and you cannot identify your produces and so on. So all of those issues, while I'm not a farmer, I would have heard of them, directly from the farmers. So I believe the visibility of the Predial larceny officers would be a key component in ensuring that this bill, actually, the intentions of this bill actually would be achieved effectively. I also want to point out that there are instances where persons do not actually steal the produce themselves, but they would knowingly, intentionally tie the animals in persons' farms or fields, and so the animals would be the ones doing the destruction to the produce. And again, I think something has to be done about that, because I cannot imagine why, as a farmer, you would see another farmer's hard work, hard labor coming up and just, tie your animal in that field. From my expertise, Mr. President, I think Senator Cadet would have touched on that, resources are very important for anything to work. And we're not talking necessarily here financial resources, but we're talking also human resources, a functioning space for the Predial larceny unit to operate from, and so on. All of these would come together to make sure that the intentions of this bill are achieved. And so I would just want to impress on the ministers on the other side, the senators on the other side, and of course the Ministry of Agriculture, to ensure that all of the resources that are needed for this are available. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators or DRD.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't guarantee I'll be as short as Senator Sincere, but I'll try my best, seeing that we have to eat. Right. So, Mr. President, I too rise to lend my support to this bill because I believe it is critical that we try to do something that for sure could send a message that we are going to deal with this scourge of Predial larceny in an effective manner. So the bill tries, in my view, to attack it from two levels, which I believe is important, to attack it from the point of view of the people who steal and sell, so the seller, and of course the people who purchase, the buyers, whether it be business people or whether it be individuals. So I believe if we attack it, and as Senator Garvey indicated, if we attack it in such a way, we probably could break the back of this thing to some degree. You may always have people who are just, worthless, to put a local palace to it and just want to go into people's field and destroy and do all this kind of nonsense. And we had to deal with that too significantly. So I have no issues with that. But if we attack it like that, I believe it will send a message that we are not prepared to encourage anybody who is going to steal as well as anybody who is going to buy from those persons who steal. And that must be done effectively. I wouldn't bother to mention about operationalizing it, and Seth spoke about it, and Senator Judd spoke about it, and having the necessary resources in the department that is responsible for that to have an effective functioning of it. It's one thing to have a committee and a unit. It's the other thing to get people out in the field to deal with it effectively and come back and have issues dealt with. Senator Campbell indicated about the court. I believe that is a critical part of this, because we can't have the police going out and doing their work, or whoever we put to do this, constables or whoever, and then they bring cases, and it takes an inordinately long time to get the case heard. So I believe that is an area that we have to do. A night court could work, Mr. President. What's wrong with a night court? We could set up a night court on the current court system we have. Yes, we may have to get a judge or a master or whoever, but we could do it in the night. What's stopping us from working at 4 o'clock or 4:30? We do a night court, as other territories have done. So I believe those are areas that we need to look at and consideration for the other side. Now, I'm going to put on my other hat, which is the hat of marketing board, and talk about the issues with source-up and how important it is for us to put source-up as a protected commodity. But I want to hasten to add, Mr. President, that the special preference we have for source-up is going to be quickly eroded as other countries in the region are also applying to the U.S. for special preference, Central and South America. So we are actually late in doing this, and nonetheless it's done, but we now have to move properly to organize or reorganize this industry as it relates to Grenada benefiting. But right now, probably 1 or 2 people benefiting from this export and what is done with source-up. And the critical thing for us is we don't have a control on what is exported. So, for example, there is no centralized place that the source-up comes to check to see phytosanitary, what is being met, what standards are expected, and how we package and how we ship. There is no standardization for that. And there's no central place. Marketing board is supposed to be an organization that can deal with that. So we have everybody buying from everybody. And we were talking about liberalization for nutmeg. That is a liberalized product. We're buying from anywhere, anybody buying from outside at any price. And we don't think about putting protections for these important commodities as this one. So I believe that we need to seriously look, now that we have put it under protection to some degree, have that kind of level of communication and coordination between agriculture and businesses like Marketing Board to see how we could first of all set the standards and then centralize it to see how it can be done so that we have an idea and control on what goes out there and we could protect the preferential condition that we have now for this fresh produce that we seem to be into. And we have a lot of farmers who have invested in source of production. Quite a number of acreage is on a source of production. So it's something that we really have to pay attention to in order to give farmers relief, because it's a relatively short gestation crop. Dr. Campbell, Senator Campbell, within, I think it's 3 to 4 months, you could have production from your tree, and then the tree gives you a few cycles in a year based on the amount of irrigation that you give it. So there is a lot of benefit that can arise from doing something like source up and doing it how we do it. I fully support the education and information to farmers on this particular bill and what it is we come to propose here and how it may or may not affect what they do. The licensing regime is an excellent move. I believe under the licensing regime there's room for, if you don't get a license, you could appeal and do all that, but the licensing regime brings order to especially on the seller side and on the buyer side. Everybody has to show some form of licensing, and they could buy and purchase accordingly under their license, depending on the particular type of license they have. The only difficulty I have is the fines. You know, I don't understand how you could charge a $20,000 fine for a variance in a license, but when a man comes dishonestly to sell and you buy, you're only charging him $10,000. I think it should be reversed. A variation in license should be less, but the fine for the man who dishonestly purchases the stuff, he can't be paying less than the man who have a variation in license. Come on the other side. If there's an error, we need to change it one time. The $20,000 must go for the man who dishonestly purchased, because we have to send a message that we are not accepting that kind of behavior, Mr. President. That is what the message has to be sent. As a matter of fact, it should be more. I find it should be more, 20 small. I would suggest that we look at increasing it, because this is about sending the message. The court normally, when we do these acts, is a maximum of. The judge, whoever, when this matter comes, don't necessarily have to go to the maximum, it could be less. So we need to, I think we need to switch that one around. I don't believe, I think we make a mistake there. I have a concern about this, the restitution and the thing with the police station and how, and what happens there. And I'm talking from a practicality standpoint. Our police stations, some of them are small, they're tight, the way to operate inside is difficult. We're now going to add something to the police station, first of all, to say that the produce could be kept. And how is it going to be kept? Some produce need to be refrigerated. If they don't keep it in a certain time, they say they could sell it or destroy it. I mean, I think we put in extra burdens on the officers in the police station and the people who run these stations to have a section cut out for produce that they may seize, and how you deal with that. I don't know if that is something that we want to have in the police stations or deal with. I mean, I know it's an evidential issue, and having evidence if you want to bring the case forward and what needs to be done. But I think putting that in a police station with limited resources and constraints that they have makes it an operational difficulty that we need to reconsider, Mr. President, through you. We probably need to find somewhere else or a centralized place. I don't know. I don't have the answers right here. But I think putting it in the police station and the control of it, especially these perishables, how we deal with that. Yes, a yam may take longer to spoil. You can't compare the spoilage rate of a yam versus bananas that ripening or lettuce. So we need to understand the practicalities of that and how we do, whether we take photos of what it is and we use that as electronic means to provide the evidence later or something like that. But to have it stored for evidence purposes to charge and to move on with a case, I think presents a certain level of difficulty that we may want to re-examine as we go forward on this. The original act speaks about the Predial larceny fund and how it can be used, and restitution could be gained from there for farmers. So I think that's covered in there. This act gives us more in terms of the details and what it must be done and how farmers can get some restitution based on what comes out from the matter when they seize and if they sell it and what happens. So, Mr. President, the last thing I want to add on this act is the fact that timeliness of dealing with the issues of Predial larceny is also very critical. And I think some of the other senators alluded to that. The speed and the response time of the RGPF on complaints that come on Predial and larceny is important. And I know sometimes there's issues with transport and mobility and all of that. But we have to be also, a critical thing has to be how quickly we respond to the farmers and the issue that happens there. Yes, we know putting in this bill, and once it's passed, the issue of the framework to deal with the buyer and the seller and the identification cards and the licensing regime, and which is all great. But at the same time, we need to respond quickly and effectively to complaints that come under Predial, larceny and how. Because if our farmers don't believe that there is an effective response time and effectively dealt with and quickly get a matter to court and people are charged, then we waste a lot of time. And I believe that is important to put, because when we go to farmers and say, listen, we put in all of this in place, but we can't respond, and we're not responding effectively, it becomes a joke, and they will say, well, we're just joking. And as previous senators said to us, agriculture, food security, and sustainability in this time is so critical in a COVID environment. And a lot of money is being purported to be pumped into agriculture as a sector to consider in the 2021 budget. So, Mr. President, if that is the case, then we have to be serious about this Predial larceny scourge. And part of the seriousness have to be how we respond to it and deal with it. So in that time frame, I think the issue of response by the police, the court, and the night court to deal with matters quickly and get results. We can't wait 4 or 5 years for a matter to be heard. And that will be a travesty to the justice of this particular area. And people may feel they could come and still steal your stuff and get away. Because if you take 5 years to throw you in jail or do something with you. And I don't believe in this jail thing, Mr. President. I may sound controversial here, but I'll say it. Probably part of the penalty is to bring them back in the people and tie them and let them walk. I'll say that controversially, but that may be bring them back and walk in the field where they steal from. And let them put some labor. You know they had a thing called hard labor, Mr. President. I don't know if that still exists now. In the fines, now it's just fine or prison. Probably we need to consider some kind of form of hard labor. Because when a farmer back, bend and toil and fork and do all that thing and weed and so on, and then when you come to reap carrots, all gone and then they stick back with a piece in it to make you feel that the carrots still there. I just think that lie down in your field and do the wrong thing. So we need to be effective about that, and I understand that scourge and the difficulty farmers face. And as we said here, if we want to encourage farming in young people as a business, which it is, and it ought to be, then we need to deal with these issues of Predial larceny in a serious and effective manner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Lewis.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm on a number of time, but I know the challenge of sitting up here. So thank you very much. I just want to identify with most of the presentations made, and I think Senator Diali sort of focus on the aspect of the judiciary, because you can do a lot of the work, you can pump resources, and as through you, Mr. President, as Senator Campbell indicated, he himself, who after going probably on 3 occasions, on the 4th occasion, just gave up. What does that mean for us in the labor movement or as Grenadian citizens, workers? I'm aware of a number of people who have gotten so frustrated that they have given up any large-scale or medium-sized farming, where sometimes once a week or twice a week, they would have people come in to give labor on the farm. So when that happens, there's a rippling impact and effect for some form of income for people, especially in the villages. And permit me, I know he's very humble, but I must identify my dear comrade and colleague, the acting clerk, as one of the leading farmers in Soursop. I mean, he has planted over, I'm aware, these are discussions that we have been having. He had over 4 acres of Soursop planted, probably a few years ago, and when faced with the issue of losses that have contributed to him, although he's a very deep, steeled, committed person, having to review his involvement in that form of agriculture. So we are aware of this, and I also identify with a concern and would like to hear the thought process behind the severity of penalty in 2J subsection 2 versus part 5 subsection 3 as identified by Senator Diali, especially where I became more concerned on the question of a license and the information that one may provide. If you change your vehicle based on the example used by, I think it was Senator Cox, because the aspect of your vehicle may be information that allow you to qualify for a license, but you have to change your vehicle, and for some reason, 7 days were to elapse, and you did not make that correction, you would automatically be exposed to a $20,000 fine, not just as a maximum, but $20,000. And I do not think that we may find that a farmer, a businessman with a license may be able to say, well, look, do not fine me as the business persons who would have benefited from the stimulus package and not given the monies to the workers have been forgiven. And we must not use this as a means of people can do things and then be forgiven without penalties. We need to send a very strong message. Many years ago, and that gets here, this is the aspect of where centralization may come in, as Senator Diali spoke about marketing board. But under the GCNA and also under the Cocoa Association, where we grew up calling it the Nutmeg Book and the Cocoa Book. But the Nutmeg Book and the Cocoa Book were used not only as a means of recording what you have sold, but it was also used as a means, and I can recollect that many years ago, where in that area, the purchaser were able to look at your book, even without your knowledge, and form an opinion as to whether or not all the produce that you are selling have come from your land. Because it may be known that it is quarter of acre of land you may have. And there is an appreciation of the amount of nutmeg trees or cocoa trees that you may have. And over a period of time, so growing up, I'm aware of this. We were able to just by the observation of people's book or the process, to form an impression and then look into it as to whether or not you are going into your friend's land and pick up nutmeg or pick cocoa. So it is along the same line to you, Mr. President, that Senator Gawe spoke about the receipt. And I'm saying something many years ago, as simple as the cocoa book or the nutmeg book, were used as a means of determining whether or not you were selling more than you were actually expected to produce. I also heard the concern of a farmer identifying or purporting to identify his produce and been told, well, you cannot prove that this is your produce because it is not marked. And I'm not going the road that that farmer may have gone, and I'm aware of those things. But I'm wondering whether or not it may be legitimate that if I'm the one accused, I'm sitting somewhere in the market or at my side of the road selling, and farmer A came and said that, look, I'm selling stolen produce. Could it be therefore now I am expected to prove where I got my produce from? I'm not sure about the legitimacy of this, but about the possibility of this. If we are faced with that I am producing, I have lost my produce, I have good reasons to believe that farmer B stole my produce. I reported it to the police. We went to farmer B, and farmer B said, well, no, this is not your produce. Shouldn't it be that for farmer B to be selling, he ought to be able to prove where he got his produce from. So that was one of the suggestions that I wanted to make. And to identify with all of the comments made about the issue of enforcement, the issue of the relevant support, because farming in the communities do produce or provide some little pankwai, for want of a better word, some little pankwai for quite a number of the villagers from time to time. So I give my support to the bill and ask for the necessary resources to be made available. And this is a time in the COVID period for us to give the seriousness and importance to agriculture, not the lip service that we have done in the past. Not the lip service that we have done in the past. This is a period when we, even within the period of the scarce resources that we have, given the reduction in revenue, but we can show how important that we take agriculture by ensuring that we do what is necessary to ensure that our farming community is protected, and therefore encourage our people to use local produce. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to be very short. I think all that needed to be said has been said. There are just a couple of points I wish to underscore. So firstly, lending my support to the passing of this bill. I acknowledge the overwhelming support for this bill from members of this House. We've gone into great detail over that Predial larceny is a significant disincentive for investment in our agricultural sector, and also a disincentive for our young farmers, young men and women who may wish to come into this already challenged but important sector. And what this legislation, what this amendment does, it gives teeth to the, both in terms of institutional strengthening and in terms of the penalties that form the heart of this amendment. But the comment, and it's a recurring theme, is what is going to be critical to this. It looks great on paper. There are still elements of it that can still be strengthened, and they will be strengthened in time as we move forward. But it is in the implementation and the enforcement, and that is traditionally, Mr. President, where we have been historically across administrations. So I think that will be the true test of this. We have to bring these words, this legislation, to life if we are going to succeed in making this an enabler for a revival or strengthening of the agriculture sector, especially at this time where the issue of food security has never been so apparent to us. The need for us, with borders closed, with challenges in terms of supply, our ability to feed ourselves moving forward, but also, and this speaks to the treatment of soursop, but the significant markets that are available to us in Grenada where we have a comparative advantage, whether it's our cocoa, our nutmeg, and now our soursop. So on those few points, Mr. President, I lend my support, full support, to the bill.
Mr. President, I just want to just take the opportunity just to summarize a few things that were made mention by members who contributed towards this bill, and thank them for support towards this important bill, the passage of this important bill. And just to say, Mr. President, the concerns are all valid and important. One in particular that speaks to the unit and the work that the unit has before it. And when under 2B in the bill, Mr. President, you can see the task set out for the unit is one that is pretty robust, which will challenge and take care of some of the issues like monitoring and surveillance, marketing, and a number of things. So the committee does have quite a bit of important things to handle. As such, the operationalization of this committee and the unit is very, very important to the success of the implementation of this bill. So I just wanted to speak to that. Mr. President, Senator Diari did speak about the fine and the disparity on both sides. But I just speak to see that the fine for breaking the offense of being caught selling the produce of $5,000 is also accompanied by a 4-year prison term as well. So, it does lend itself to add some comfort there on the other side, just in case persons may see that disparity as being one of an error. However, the issue of variance in the information is a tricky one. I think the unit believes that it's an area that persons will try to fraud, and so hence the reason why fine is a bit steep in that area as well. As regards to the disposal, when looking at the bill, Mr. President, the bill itself didn't specifically say that the produce ought to be stored at the police station, but it must be delivered to the commander of the police. So he has a responsibility for it. So I am thinking that once a police station or whatever area or venue that doesn't have the requisite facility or for storage or device, be it refrigerator or chiller, the police may have to direct for storage to be somewhere else for safekeeping. So I think that in itself will lend some latitude in terms of that. The issue of the judicial aspect is one that there is limitations here in terms of how far this bill can go in terms of directing the court. But it allows for the judge or magistrate, he or her can in their deliberations and decision, which they normally do currently with cases where you have disputes, they can direct a tribunal to be convened for those matters to be done. I speak from experience that having seen that with a matter that came before the ministry between a service provider and government, the court directed for a tribunal to meet to discuss and to come to some resolution. So it is not uncommon that those actions do happen at the court, at the judicial level. So maybe that is something that we may need to probably give some guidance in that regard, so that persons can get some speedy resolution to those disputes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. As I say, I may be lost there, but I'm not sure. I'm just, as I said, you might be correct. So just for what it's worth. But I understand it's a problem, and it's something that is not only with Predial larceny, but with a number of other issues in society. So it's something that is separate and apart from, not specific to Predial larceny, but it's something that needs to be addressed. But I agree with you, Mr. President, in that regard. I just wanted to say the issue of the licensing regime is one that is clear that it has some teeth and will help to avert some of the current challenges that we do have with the Predial larceny. And I think what we can see is that the only how that we can get that improvement is that there must be constant consultations with the farmers, with the Predial larceny unit, as we continue to implement this amendment. Because I always say the users find fault of the manufacturers. So it's until we start putting this down on the ground, we'll start realize really and truly where the challenges are and where further amendments are going to be needed. So, Mr. President, with these few words on the contributions of my fellow colleagues in the House, I commend for a second reading of this passage of the Predial larceny Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020.
Senator Cox.
The Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate and consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Honorable members, the House is now resolved into a committee of the whole House.
Clause 2, amendment to Section 2 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 2, amendment to Section 2 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 3, insertion of new sections 2A to 2M to Principal Act.
Clause 3. One second. Clause 3, the insertion of new section 2A to 2M to the Principal Act. All those who, to form part of the bill, those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 4, amendment to Section 5 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 4, amendment to Section 5 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 5, amendment to Section 6 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 5. Amendment to Section 6 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 6, amendment to Section 8 of Principal Act.
Clause 6, amendment to Section 8 of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion.
Chair, I'm just confirming an updated draft was forwarded. Clause 6, subsection 3, there was that wording correction. And that's going to be confirmed, yes? Okay.
Okay, all those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 7, insertion of new sections 10A to 10C to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that
I have a
Clause 7.
question. Could I ask something?
Sure.
Yes, I just need a bit of clarity in terms of understanding sub 10C, subsection 10C, section 3. A certificate referred to in subsection 2 shall be admissible in evidence as proof of the matter stated in it without proof of the signature of commander of the police station. What is this? I'm trying to understand this. What we are trying to, without proof of the signature of the commander of the police station.
Senator Cox, so
10C, 3, yeah. I just consider the part without proof. What does that, give me an example. I'm trying to follow that.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of clarity, what this is saying basically is that the commander doesn't have to be in person to be seen as signing. That is what it basically means. So he doesn't have to be there in the court to sign in the presence. But once he signs, once the signature is there, it has been deemed as being signed by the commander.
Okay.
Yeah. All right? Okay. Thank you.
So where are we now? This was insertion of news? Clause 7? Yes. Honorable members, the question is, Clause 7, insertion of new section 10A to 10C to the Principal Act to form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 8, amendment to section 12A of Principal Act.
May I just ask a question? In the B section, is this a correct formulation here? This seems to be a French word in the chapeau. What does this mean?
Yeah, it's a French word.
Yeah. Just as reading strange to me. You're satisfied that that's correct contextually?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Hello?
The mic, yeah, for the answer.
Chapeau is used as a heading. So in where it says chapeau, in the chapeau, so it's in the section that it's speaking about.
It's in the heading? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right. Yeah,
We got everything is covered here, Mr. President. We have the French speakers, the interpreters, and all kind of thing.
Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 9, amendment to section 12B of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question to be decided is Clause 9, amendment to section 12B of the Principal Act. And that this clause forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 10, amendment to section 12C of Principal Act.
Honorable members, Clause 10, amendment to section 12C of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 11, insertion of new section 18A to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is clause 11, insertion of new section 18A of the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 12, amendment of schedule to Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is clause 12. Amendment of schedule to the Principal Act forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. 13.
Clause 13, insertion of new schedules to Principal Act.
Honorable members, insertion of new schedule to the Principal Act being clause 13 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is clause 1, short title, which may be cited as a Predial Larceny Amendment Act 2020 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes. And the chairman reports the progress made on the bill from the committee of the whole House. Those who have that opinion say aye. The contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
No. I have to resume. This House now resumes. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted, Mr. President.
Honorable members, I have to report that the committee of the whole House met and the bill was passed without amendment. Honorable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read at third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read third time and pass. Those who have that opinion say aye. To the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Predial Larceny Amendment Bill 2020.
Item 16, public business. Item 17, adjournment.
Honorable members, before we take the adjournment or get into that item, I just wish to convey a sad note, and that is our information technician, that is the gentleman who runs all of the laptops and handles all the IT business of this house. While he was on the job an hour and a half or two ago, we got word that his mother was rushed to hospital with a stroke. So he departed to rush to the hospital to see his mom. And we are just learning momentarily that she has passed. So I would wish to take the opportunity for us, because he's an integral part of Parliament, and we have a modern Parliament building with all of these facilities, and he's an important part of our parliamentary staff. So out of respect and as a mark of solidarity, I would just wish us to stand in a moment of silence and to have the clerk convey to him that the House conveys its deepest condolences and sympathies to him. Thank you, honorable members. And the clerk, could you please convey to Mr. Gavon Mark our most profound condolences. Thank you, honorable members. Again, I wish to refresh your memory that lunch is there, and we are now on the item of adjournment. Okay, could someone move, Senator Lewis?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, sure, I'll be short. But as a trade unionist, those who know us will know that lunch or eating has never been a factor when we have certain duties or so to perform. As a matter of fact, many times at the end of the day, we then realize that we didn't eat. I'm not saying that we should follow that, but that's, I just think it is important on the adjournment just to address two matters quickly.
Before you go there, I also don't want us to engage in breaking the law. But the law sets a framework for when workers must eat. And you can't work beyond 4 hours without having a meal break. So
my memory
tells me
I've gone past 4 hours. We took a decision.
And that's in the labor code. So.
I'm agreeing with this, but if we agree without being forced, I don't think that's an issue. And as leaders.
Okay, just a light moment.
No, I'm taking it as a light moment too. I mean, yes. Just in relation to whatever changes has been made have been considered in relation to the Annandale waterfalls. We want to ensure that there should be no unhindered access to the community. It's our tradition in Willis and surrounding areas, Boca, Snoqualmie. These are places that we go on a Saturday or Sunday, public holidays, right, as a form of social engagement, community togetherness, etc. We agree that there's work that needs to be done, and we want to see the standard appearances, everything improved and maintained. But the community wants to ensure that there should be no unhindered access. And it's important to register this year, and at some other session, we may need to go into further discussion. The labor movement watch with bated breath as to what may happen over the next 7 or so days, coming out of the activities that took place probably about a week ago in relation to the carnival-like activities. We had called for members to report to work. We know it was not the right decision to make to go outside and engage in different social activities, but at the same time we understood what happened. Let me make that point. You cannot have double standards. You cannot have, and I'm going to speak about it very openly now, because it cannot be used as encouragement by fellow workers and villagers to go out and socialize. That's before the activity. But you cannot have mini regattas. You cannot have government officials and others taking part in activities that bring people together, and then expect, as the people in charge of the state, to pass decree or to tell people you cannot go out and socialize. It was not the right thing to do. Do not get me wrong. You cannot do this. You cannot have business places like nightclubs in the south of the island, like the Bananas, for instance, on a Friday night, leading up to the weekend, having social activities. That is publicized and is known, and there's no condemnation. We cannot do these things. So whereas we understand, and we call for workers to go to work and people on a whole to avoid socializing together, given the threat of COVID-19. we understood what has happened. And it is something for us to learn from, so I wanted to make that distinction. Because it is lending, it has lent itself to the aspect of mistrust. It has lent itself to the aspect of the feeling that certain groups or segments or certain aspects of the culture is being treated differently. I want to keep repeating, we do not support mass gathering of people, because none of us will know what the spread of COVID may or may not be. But those of us who are placed in leadership position, all of us included, cannot be making demands. And at the same time, by our very action or inaction, it allows others to do that which we are asking others not to do. And there cannot be no justification, and there cannot be no explanation, private versus public. There can't be. There just cannot be. It was dangerous to do, and therefore we ought to have led from the front and by example. And it is not fair. It is not fair to set up the revelers who ought not have been out there. Let me make that point. That even that there is some reemergence of COVID, it will be blamed on the jab. It doesn't have to be the jab. We have reopened our community. We have reopened our borders. Not only have we reopened our borders, it has been accepted that the principles of the lockdown in terms of quarantine has been broken by some. And therefore, they can reintroduce COVID into Grenada. It is unfair to set up immediately to tell workers that you ain't getting no stimulus package because all you went out there and do X or Y because we as government say not to go there. When others, be it in Karakou, in terms of mini regatta, when there are officials involved, I'm making this plea once again for us to have a level playing field, for us to stop making those or the type of activities in our society that is normally associated with ordinary working class people to be the easy target. We have taken a risk, and we understand that risk of opening the borders. But we also are aware that with that risk comes the possibility of probably the reintroduction of COVID. So it is not just the carnival-like activities, because the carnival-like activities was not only in St. Patrick, the carnival-like activities was not only in St. Paul, but the carnival-like activities took place in the stadium on Cyber Monarch night, took place in Karakou, took place in other places, took place in the Bananas, when, for instance, and other business places that has not been singled out by our leaders, who have not gone after the private places that had more than normal gatherings because of the season that we were in. And therefore, it is important for us to bear this in mind. Because the labor movement is concerned, we are in this period right now when we have been discussing how do we manage that risk of COVID and the need for engagement in terms of economic activities. And therefore, it calls for all of us to unite together. It calls for all of us, the business sector, the government, the NGOs, etc., to understand that. But a critical aspect that must be addressed as a matter of urgency to you, Mr. President, all of us included, but the Ministry of Youth has that added responsibility as a matter of urgency to try to find programs and activities that can bring our youth together to help address that issue of the adrenaline that is flowing. There is this responsibility. And just as so we have to prioritize agriculture now, coming out of COVID, the adrenaline that is flowing in the youth, say what we want. We can make political statements, we can accuse, we can blame, opposition parties, we can blame labor movement, we can blame the church. There is a reality outside there. There is a rebelliousness that didn't come about just because of the jab or the ban. It found its expression there, by and large. And given the threat that we are facing, and that is why for us in the labor movement, it was so dangerous to go outside and be involved in the activities that took place over the the period that is normally put aside for Carnival. It is so risky because at the end of the day, it is the same ordinary working class man and woman and children that will be impacted significantly. Already households are stretched because a number of people are without jobs and a reduction in income. But that is not theoretical enough for us to just turn a blind eye and say that we understand. Because in order to address the issue, colleagues, through you, Mr. President, there must be an acceptance of the reality that is taking place. And it is not just enough to blame people. It is enough for us to continue the education that is required, for us to accept as the leadership that errors were made. And it may not be that those errors were deliberately made that I want to give this class of the society a better opportunity or not. We are facing a situation that has confronted us for the very first time. And the least that we can do, or the best that we can do, as we chart our course going forward, is to be open and upfront and indicate, yes, errors were made. And at the same time, to make the request of all of us to be guided by the necessary protocol, health protocol, whatever behavior that is required to continue the fight against COVID. I use this opportunity in closing, from the labor movement point of view, to once again to call on all of us, to follow the necessary protocols. And do not allow leaders, politicians, to prevent the necessary protocols from being observed. So whether you are in St. Andrew, in Grenville, and it is normal for people who lines on the block at location A, or in St. George, who lines on location B, and we make interventions as politicians to say it is okay for people to gather, even when the health officials and police officers want to do their work. We must allow them to do their work to ensure that we are able to continue along the path that we are doing in this fight against COVID. I wish everyone all the very best. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I rise to give some closing comments on this adjournment. And firstly, I just want to take the moment to commend the Royal Grenada Police Force for the tenacity and the good-spiritedness in this period that we've just experienced. And despite the fact that we have had persons violating rules and disregarding authority, and it was within the powers to apprehend on spot or after and so forth, but chose not to. And I want to commend them for that sort of decision that they would have taken. But at the same time, to speak to the exposure and the dangers that we would have seen creeping into the society as a result of persons flaunting laws and deciding to disregard authority. And I listened to my colleague, Senator, on the other side, and I start questioning, why are we giving a handle to persons who decide to defy laws and flaunt authorities? Why are we giving them a handle and commending them and giving them an excuse? If you break the law, you break the law. Two wrongs don't make a right. Why are we shifting blame? I consider this to be spineless. If your members defy the laws, tell them they're wrong and stay there. Don't have to go and make an excuse and say others did it. You are encouraging them to get into unsavory acts, and they can, and who knows if they are infected. You have to be responsible enough and strong enough as a leader, if you are, to say to them, this is wrong, and don't make no excuse. It's unfortunate that we're degenerated into this level. As a leader, sir, you have to stand up to your members and tell them. But the posturing and this sort of playing around because it's a vote, come on. If it's wrong, and say it. Generally, I consider it to be not being honest, because you're speaking on both sides of your mouth. How can people really follow you when they don't know exactly what you're saying? You're wrong, but you're right. Come on, be genuine. And Mr. President, as it relates to the opening of the borders, and we have said it constantly that, and we've been advised, and we've been saying it, you cannot indefinitely keep your borders closed. And based on the state of small economies like ours, you need your borders to open because tourism plays a major role. And if I right remember, there was no saying that you go and play, we will not give you stimulus package. There was nothing saying that. This is wrong to sort of insinuate in this honorable chamber, honorable house, that the government made this as a threat to persons. You won't play if you get this. There's a second wave, there'll be no stimulus package. We never said that. There is not an unending resources to continue with stimulus package. And that's the point that was made. We are able to continue with this, but having to ask our creditors to forgo the payments, debt payments, and so on. There is a critical issue. And we have to be man enough to say to the nation as it is. This is a critical period, extremely critical period, Mr. President. And if we do not manage this properly, it's going to be worse for all of us. But we have to say it. There should be no double talking, and to have people to believe that there is this unending resource that will be able to give stimulus package for a very long time. This is a wrong notion. The government would have said, or the Ministry of Finance would have said, the deficit right now, we're short by $181 million from what was budgeted. In terms of revenue receiving, probably we've lost between 40 to 50%. So you had a big shortfall. You have to continue the basic services of government, of the country. We have to look at this correctly. We cannot be misleading our people. And with all this tirade, is a whole set of misleading the nation to believe that the government has money and will refuse to give you if there is a second wave with COVID. That is a fallacy, and it is wrong. Mr. President, Over 4 weeks ago, I was attending a regional meeting. As you know, all meetings have been done virtually. What this government had to propose to the public servants, 50% in cash, 50% in bonds. Thankfully, because of how we've been able to manage this country and this economy, we are not at that stage yet. But if this continues, who knows, we might get to that stage. So it's wrong to make people believe there is this unending resource that we could just continue to give stimulus package. We have to be responsible with the comments. I want to say to the nation, this is a most difficult period. We are seeing business going under. We're seeing business struggling to survive because the resources are not there. Don't believe that government not being able to receive resources, we will still be able to pay and to give stimulus packages. This is not so. So at this period, Mr. President, we all have to be responsible. Responsible with how we comment to the workers, responsible how we comment to our teachers, responsible how we comment to our students, and generally the entire nation. This is a serious period. And let us not for once believe it is business as usual. It is not. It is not. So government will have to continue to lead the way we have been, and to be very upfront with the nation and tell them as it is. Anything else will be a disservice to the people. And this, which I just heard, is a disservice to the workers of this country. We have to do better. I want to apologize on behalf of this member to the workers of this country that this is not business as usual. What you have heard is not sound doctrine, is not sound advice. We have to be measured with everything we do. Don't live lavishly. Everything you have, measure it, and let's try to conserve. The next few months could be very rocky. The next 12 months could be very rocky. So let's try to ensure that we conserve at this point in time. Grenada needs it. And Grenada needs its true leaders to stand up and say it as it is to our nation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carrot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to join with you and the other members of the House to express my condolences to Mr. Gavin Mark and his passing of his mom. Mr. President, I know this will be a hard time for the family, and I pray that, Mr. President, do find some level of comfort at this point in time, although it's very difficult. But I pray that with God's guidance on the family that there will be some level of comfort. Mr. President, I just want to speak directly to my peers, the young people. Mr. President, I'm extremely concerned with the level of complacency and somewhat irresponsible behavior by some of my peers. Mr. President, the last time I have checked, in fact a couple minutes ago, the death toll for COVID is 777,000. 2 weeks ago, when we was here, I mentioned the death toll was 648,000. So within the space of 2 weeks, you notice an increase of 129,000. Mr. President, this is no joke. And when the Prime Minister said that this is no joke, he meant this is no joke. This is a very serious virus that is taking lives. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we prevent this virus from spreading, from getting here and spreading. Mr. President, the World Health Organization is also concerned of the trend that young people are becoming the primary drivers of the spread of the novel coronavirus in many countries. So what you're seeing, some of the second, third wave that you're seeing, Mr. President, a lot of it is because of young people, is the primary drivers of the spread. People in the 20s, the 30s and 40s are increasing the drive of the spread, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, when I'm seeing certain behavior here in Grenada, I'm truly concerned, Mr. President, because you're seeing the statistics is showing you that, hey, this sort of behavior is the reason why many countries cannot get COVID under control. And I think, Mr. President, we have a responsibility as leaders to guide young people and to let them know the stark reality of things. And I really want to, and I hope that many of them are listening, Mr. President, because, you know, young people, you know, growing up, I'm still a youth, I'm just 26, but, you know, one of the fundamental questions a young person will ask themselves is, how can we be a part of what is happening locally, regionally, or globally? That's a fundamental question young people always ask. Now, I want to be involved. I want to be part. And, Mr. President, the question they'll further ask, what are our role in national and global or regional development? Mr. President, young people have a great responsibility now to ensure or to contribute to the national agenda, the national goal, the national development, but ensuring that they mitigate the spread of this virus and do not put on the heart of complacency and irresponsibility. Mr. President, now is the time for us to act as young people. Now is the time for us to pull our resources together. To fight against COVID-19. That's the enemy, COVID-19. But we're not going to win this fight, Mr. President, if we have misinformation. We're not going to win the fight, Mr. President, if we still continue to believe this is somewhat a conspiracy. This is somewhat a conspiracy to keep people under control, to lessen the population. If we're going to judge our premise or action on those sort of misinformation, Mr. President, then we're not going to get out of this very soon. We're not going to win this fight, Mr. President, if we have hidden political agendas. Mr. President, that is the stark truth. I'm seeing people there are genuine issues, we very know that, but then when it's have the undertone of politics and people wanting to use that opportunity to gain political support, I mean, in a time for crisis, trying to use the opportunity to get political support. So, President, we're not going to win this fight if we're going to go down that road. That's the reality. We're only going to win this fight if we pull our resources together. And we have to be very genuine in the effort to ensure that this fight is to ensure we mitigate against the spread of COVID-19. Mr. President, as a young person, one of the mistakes, and I know many of you young persons feel the same way, that you don't want to make is have that to propel this complacency behavior, and then this mistake haunt us years from now. Years from now, this mistake haunts us. And this mistake can result in us losing our loved ones. Totally ravage this economy. And this will not be very good for us. So, Mr. President, I've looked on the United Nations, saw they did a publication, and they highlighted 5 things, which I fully support, that young people can do in the fight against COVID-19. And I want to just go through these 5 things quickly. 1, and I believe we need to be very That's part of being responsible, finding the right information. So the first thing you have to do is follow simple routine. Follow simple routine provided by the World Health Organization. And here, put it in the context locally, the Ministry of Health. Properly wash your hands more often. Avoid crowded spaces. Avoid shaking of hand. The wearing of a mask. Seek medical attention regularly. Point 2, educate your families, friends, and community. The spread of community awareness online and offline. A lot of us is using the social media platform, but some of us are not using it to inform our peers about the dangers of the virus. Some of us are not using it to inform our peers about how to mitigate against the spread. It is important for us as well, Mr. President, to verify every news and information before sharing. Be a source of calm during the storm. So it's important for us to do these things. Verify the information, because what you're seeing that a lot of us is just spreading this misinformation and having people have this wrong view of what is currently happening. Mr. President, I want to also urge young people. Point 3, provided by the United Nations, volunteer. Find opportunities to volunteer in your communities. If there are older people or people with immunocompromised system, help them out. Help the vulnerable people in the community to pick up the groceries and medicines. These are just speaking directly what the UN basically provided. Healthcare workers, Mr. President, you know they sacrifice a lot of the time. Some of them, Mr. President, they don't have the time to take care of kids. And as you know, Mr. President, with the fact that we can move into virtual space, virtual learning, we can find some time as well to contribute to helping a lot of those children online to get better in some of the courses, the subjects. And Mr. President, even to donate to a lot of charity calls to ensure that a lot of organizations can reach out more to vulnerable people. Mr. President, this has affected a lot of people economically. A couple of weeks ago, I've been doing distribution of hampers, and Mr. President, to be honest, it's still not enough because people are seriously affected. And we can play much more. We can be part of this more. We can continue to donate and continue to help more people in our community as relates to the difficulty that they're facing. And number 5, and I know many of them will like that, hold your government accountable. Yes, number 5, hold your government accountable. Advocate for free testing, reliable information, paid sick leave, investment in science. Mr. President, these are the 5 recommendations provided by the United Nations. And I'm saying this to say, Mr. President, not everything has to be chaotic. Some people seem to have pleasure of liking to see chaos. Now is a time that we need to work together. Now is a time that we need to pull our resources together. Now is a time we need to be genuine in our efforts because the greatest enemy is COVID-19. Mr. President, I would not want to see Grenada turns out to a place like what happened in Italy or what happened in New York. I would not want to see that. And to avoid that from happening, we have a responsibility in the process. And if we're neglecting that responsibility for some maybe hidden political agendas or maybe to gain something out of this, Mr. President, that will not help in the process. And I just hope, and you know the funny thing about it, Mr. President, there's some people that you deem responsible, some people that you probably have greatest respect for, using this opportunity to push more fire into chaos. I'm totally disappointed, Mr. President, because I think this is the time where we need to come together. I mean, come on, we're not even sure what the end of the year will be like. We're already hearing 40% in the decrease in our resources, $181 million, we are already short of that. Mr. President, this is not ordinary times. And ordinary times do not call for ordinary measures. We have to work together. And we have a responsibility, a key role as young people in the process. We always ask ourselves, we want to be part of national development. Now is the time to step forward, to be part of the national development. Now is not the time for politics. I'm very disappointed in the people that is using this opportunity for politics. And Mr. President, I just thought I should make that point because It's very concerning, and if we continue along this road, we may live to regret it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just before I move for the adjournment, just a brief comment. Mr. President, leadership is about uniting people, not dividing people, especially at this time. The member on the other side needs to stop blowing his dog whistle. There is no class division. There is one protocol. There is one set of regulations. There is one law. Mr. President, we need to work together. I think it was in the last sit-in, Senator Diali just summed it up. This is not a time to play politics with people's lives or the economy. Let's take the politics out of this. And on this note, Mr. President, I beg to move adjournment sine die.
This House stands adjourned sine die.